Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, it's time for the 2025 Doom Run. Oh! What day is it? It's Tuesday. It's December 30th, and it's time to make this happen. Thank you all for joining in. Great to see people in the chat, or not in the chat, but seeing numbers appearing that implies people are watching. That's cool. Oh dear. Hope you've all had a great break, or if you're, winter period, and particularly if you are actually still working and everything else. I hope it hasn't been too bad for you. So yeah, right. we're gonna get into this momentarily. But if you've never tuned in for one of these, it's really simple. I just play Doom, and that's it. That's it. It was a very big video game back in the 90s. Some people really liked it. I was very fond of it. Yeah, Peace Frog's like, what's a Doom? What's a Doom? That's a Doom. Not my t-shirt. Yes, we get clothes fly off and everything. No, not at all. All right. I'm going to officially start recording this for the archive as well. Right. How does this work? So, every year, I play Doom. I have to play Doom from start to finish, and I have some very particular rules about how this works. And this is something that actually goes all the way back to my childhood. Every year, I think since 1993... Actually, no, 1994, because I didn't actually properly play the full Doom until 1994. I have played through this game from start to finish. And the way that this works is I always have to play through the first 3 episodes. The 4th episode, of course, Die Flesh Consumed, was an addition made to the game in the kind of expanded boxed version that came out afterwards. So I have to play at least all 3 of the original episodes, and I have to play them at ultra violence difficulty. And then I have the option of trying to beat Die Flesh Consumed as well on ultra violence. And I have the ability to drop the difficulty once if I'm finding it overwhelming, but for the last few years I've been able to do it. Actually, for most times I'm able to do it without much hassle. Also, since I think 2022, we have streamed it. And so this has now become an annual thing where I sit down and I live stream, and today I've tried to book out enough time in my schedule. I turned to my partner and went, look, the Doom run needs to happen today. So we're going to try and do it all in one session. I was wondering if a Doom run was you playing through every Doom game. I have aspirations to do that one day. I think that's a good idea. In fact, we were just talking about this in the Discord server last week. Wouldn't it be fun if I tried to play through everything as one stream? It's like we do it for 24 hours and try and do it for charity or something. I don't know. But we've never done that yet. But for now, I'm just conscious 2025 ends in about a day and change, and I haven't done my annual Doom playthrough. So, we're playing it this year. So also, of course, every year I change the platform, I change the mode in which I play it. So a couple of years ago, I was just playing a version of GZ Doom. And then I was playing the console re-releases that came out a few years ago. And I played it on Xbox, I played it on Switch. I actually was very tempted to try and play it on PlayStation 5 this year, but then I saw how much it cost. I was like, fuck that. I already own Doom on like 5 different platforms. We're just gonna make Doom with what we got, right? So the way this operates, so this is actually the Doom plus Doom 2 package that is available on Steam, because if you remember, they actually repackaged up Doom and Doom 2 a few years ago into these, and kind of got rid of the original versions on Steam and other storefronts and stuff. But then they released these versions, which are quite nice. I quite like them. And then they've packaged them up again into one game. So I actually realized I've never booted this up, because I came in and I was like, what in the hell is this? So I'm playing this on PC today. So this is the Steam build. And as you can see, it now offers Doom and Doom 2 in the one package, but also the master levels for Doom 2, TNT Evolution and the Plutonia Experiment, which are the kind of, you know, the mods that people really, or the add-ons that were actually eventually sold in stores, and are actually considered like official Doom episodes to some degree. And then there's like all this other stuff, which is No Rest for the Living, which was a new official episode that came out. I've never played No Rest for the Living. And then of course John Romero went off and made Sigil and Sigil 2, which I've never actually played either of these. And then Legacy of Rust came out last year, so at some point I need to also play through these. I've never actually played them because I just like playing through the first two, and then also Doom 64, because those to me are like the canon, you know, trilogy of Doom games, as it were. So let's go in. Oh, let me know how the audio and everything's working out for you as we go through it. I'm going to turn it down a little bit on my end because it is loud in my headphones. Let me just check a few things. What are my controller? No, I want, I don't know, mouse and keyboard bindings. There we go. So I haven't actually played through this. I don't really know what this is going to be like, but hopefully it'll be fine. Left shift to run, yeah. No. Get rid of the F9. It should be F5 and F6 for quick save and quick load. What are we doing? Actually, no, I'm going to change that. There we go. Either side of the F keys. That's a nice one. Standard. Yep. Push to talk. Who talks to each other in Doom? I'm killing things. I don't have time to talk. What is this nonsense? Scup over on the Twitch? That's wild. What's happening? Hope you're good, sir. Alrighty. So the rules have been set. I gotta play through the 3 original. So Knee Deep in the Dead, Shores of Hell, and Inferno. Got to beat them on Ultra Violence. Then I've got to go and do Die Flesh Consumed. I have the option to dip it because Die Flesh Consumed does get a really bit hairy. But it should be fine. Let's fucking go. And we're using the remix soundtrack. Fucker. Terrible start. Oh yeah, what am I doing? Some good background noise for reading papers. Indeed. Oh, what am I doing? I'm doing this wrong. Where the fuck is it? How have I forgotten how to trigger that door? That's unacceptable. Anyway, right, we'll just go this way. Getting old, forgetting how to trigger doors. Yeah, this is the IDKFA album. Is it Andrew Holschult? There we go. Better. It was a terrible start. Right. Uh-oh. Very nice. Right. Oh yeah, secret door. It's the other pillar, thanks, Scup. Andreas, what are you doing watching me on making video content? I thought you only just shouted at me in the Discord server. Also a new channel event, and indeed. Well, we're not going to get the time on this, but it's fine. We're not trying. Good start. Nice. Car 30 seconds. Yeah, you can't just run all the way through this level. Also, I don't have a rule on whether or not I do all the secret levels. It's just how I'm feeling. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good festive season. I have been mostly chilling. We had family over around Christmas itself, and then they have since returned to Scotland. And we've just been chilling. Actually, so in truth, like, you know, I finished work on the 22nd or something, but the vacation didn't really start until, oh yeah, what am I doing? The vacation didn't really start until the 27th, because we had no further obligations and we could just do whatever the fuck we wanted. And I've been catching up on some reading, catching up on some games. Also, I got a bunch of movies for Christmas, and also my birthday was not that long ago, so I have been catching up on films that I did not see throughout the year. Son of a bitch. Yeah, a notion-based. I was going to say it's vibes-based, but that's kind of a poison chalice to say something's vibes-based these days. Fucking generative AI. Ruining vibes. Right. Always love the bass line in this. Bam, bam, bam. Me want a chainsaw. There we go. Chainsaw, chainsaw. Chainsaw for me. There we go. On low volume, the funky bass is basically all I can hear of the music. Is it too quiet, or do I need to give it a boost? Bima, let me know. Andrea says, I'm sitting and working, taking an ethics course and having a deadline coming up. Not much watching is listening while I get more and more disappointed at the research community. Oh, dude, that is rough. You shouldn't be working at this time of year. I am officially off. I am not doing anything until at least Monday next week. I really needed the break, to be honest. Just being able to, you know, get a solid 8 hours sleep and not have any immediate responsibilities has been quite liberating. I don't think I'm quite fully refreshed yet. I'm refreshed enough that I can sit in front of my computer and play Doom on the internet, but also something about this version of Doom I am not liking. I wonder if there's a mod for this. Look at that HUD. I don't like that the HUD is so big. Like, why am I seeing so much of this? That shouldn't be as prominent, because I always like to play this game with just the numbers at the bottom, and I don't need anything else. Game music is a bit low. All right, I went and nerfed everything because I went back and listened to the Terminator stream that we did recently, and the game audio in that was very loud. So let me give it a little. There we go, a wee boost. My wife wants to kill me right now. Worked almost all of the hot. Yeah, yep. Happy wife, happy life, etc. But yes, my partner and I had a strict, no one is working. We are chilling. And I was like, no, playing Doom is not work. Playing Doom is life. So that's fine. Come on. There we go. Lovely. Nope. The world's greatest sniper rifle. Piss off. Right. Nice and easy. Oh yeah. I forgot you were there. Beamers, I've just turned my sound way down. It's early morning here. What better way to wake up? This tune is actually in my... Actually, I have both this and a lot of Mick Gordon's soundtrack for the modern Doom games in my workout playlist. This is a good one to get the blood pumping. I quite like it. Also, occasionally when I get my guitar out, I'm quite happy to play this riff. It's a nice warm-up. Toxin Refinery. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Let them fight. Same here. Let them fight. Pick up the scraps afterwards. Music reminds me of Killing Floor. That game has always great metal music. I have never got round to playing Killing Floor, actually. I should check that out. Because they just brought out a third one, didn't they? I've got a couple of shooters on my backlog. I've got, is it Void Finder or Void something? I saw it was out in early access, and Celico, which I haven't picked up yet. I actually, for a bunch of reasons, cancelled my Game Pass not that long ago, just because I was like, I have too many games. I actually don't have time for whatever this subscription service is offering me. I've got too many other games to play. My Steam backlog right now has just got worse over the past year. In part because I buy stuff in sales, but also just like, you know, I'm lucky enough to get the odd key thrown my way, and I'm like, ooh, and then I'm like, what do you mean you haven't actually played the game that somebody sent you a copy of? Right. No, 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 no. Piss off. No. Ooh. Yeah, I was just thinking, you know, because I cancelled the Game Pass literally this week because I'm like, I'm not playing this, I'm not using it enough. Also, they upped the price recently, and I was like, you fuckers. Like, I was looking at the games that are in the to-play list, or like that's on Game Pass, and I'm like, I actually own Steam copies of like half of these somehow. And then the rest of them, I'm like, well, you know, I would, in the money that I save, I could buy all these in a discount when they eventually when they go on sale, and it would save me more money, and I would be better off in the long run. Anyone get anything nice in the sales to check out? I actually mostly just got stuff on Switch. What did I get? I actually got a bunch of stuff I already own on Switch just because I'm like, I want to play it again. But I got the Sonic Shadows Generations. I actually got the new Sonic Racing game, which I need to check out. What is it? There's so many games I actually have got now for Switch and Switch 2 that I'm like, oh, I need to play these. But I've probably, during the break, spent most of my gaming time trying to finish Tears of the Kingdom. I put about another 10, 15 hours into Tears of the Kingdom in the last week. Just little shrine here, a little shrine there. Like I only started really getting back into that game a couple of weeks ago when I realized, hey, I never finished the main storyline because the recent Hyrule Warriors came out and that is sort of a prequel to it, and because it takes place in the past sequences of Tears of the Kingdom, and I was like, shit, I never actually finished that game and I really want to play it because I love Hyrule Warriors. And then it was like, bugger, right, now you need to go and actually finish Hyrule Warriors so you know what the hell's going on in the it was the same thing with the last one, Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, no, Age of Calamity, that's the first one, because that's a prequel to Breath of the Wild. And I was like, shit, I never finished Breath of the Wild. So I spent 100 odd hours in Breath of the Wild. Then I finally went and put about 60 hours into Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. And now I've got to do the same thing. I'm about 120 hours into Tears of the Kingdom, knowing I will then put 50 or 60 hours into Age of Imprisonment, provided it's good, but yeah. Fuck you, little fuckers. Cast Bloom. Why you no dead yet? Come on. Also, so what was it? I just saw Beamer saying something there. Oh, you son of a bitch. I think this is the only game where I repeatedly just refer to all the NPCs as cuss words. Just like, you little bastard. Sorry, what was Beamer saying? I didn't renew my PS Plus for the first time. Same boat. Wasn't making good use of the game library. Price hike with no more holiday sales on the sub like nearly every previous year. Probably going to get it 1 month at a time when I need it for multiplayer. Yeah, so I'm reduced this down to like the bog standard, the lowest tier, just so we can play multiplayer games. Oh, my favourite is the sound trap. There it is up there, top right corner. You can see it. There's the sound trap. So hang on, get their attention. That's better. Oi. What are you doing alive? Oh, hello. One more. Probably gonna get it. Yeah, for multiplayer. Exactly. Like that's my brother and I play a lot of games online, and we play on Xbox, and so that's probably it. We're just keeping it because he and I had a conversation about this literally just a couple of days ago. Because I'm like, because we kind of do that thing of sharing your library and the Game Pass, and I was like, do you really want it? And he's like, I'm kind of fed up, like so many stuff that's come into this. The games aren't fun, the games aren't that interesting. I don't really care. So I actually, one of my brothers I bought, I forget the name of the devices. It's one of the, come on, shoot the barrel, damn it. All right, fine. We'll hit everything but the fucking barrel. I bought him one of those little retro consoles. That's like it's like a Game Boy Advance rather, with like a whole bunch of old games on it, and he was thrilled. Like, haven't spoken to him in days, and I spoke to my other brother, like, have you spoken to him? And he's like, and so there he is. Jack's just in the chat saying he literally just dragged his 360 back out, and he was you're buying another little mini retro console, and I was telling you, like, get one of those new Steam computers when they come out next year, and just fill it with old. And it's like I could quite comfortably just sit and play games in my library for a while. And the amount of times, funnily enough, in recent memory where a game comes out and I play it on Game Pass and I go, oh, I like this, but I don't want to play it on my Xbox. So I end up buying it for Switch, or I buy it for, like, Steam Deck. Because I want it portable. Like, I do genuinely think a lot more about games that I'm going to play in a handheld. Either because I'm on traveling, or, like, you know, particularly, like, my partner and I will sit, they've got television on, and I'll just sit and play a game next to them. And there's some games you're just like, oh yeah, so actually a good example, I picked up Rogue Prince of Persia on the Switch 2, because it just got the Switch 2 port. And I was like, I played a bit of it in Game Pass and went, this is fine. And then, you know what, I'd much rather play this as a handheld, in the same way that I played Dead Cells. Do 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 do. No, you don't. There we go. Voidbreaker, that's the shooter I was thinking of earlier. Ugh, I can't be bothered with any of this. It's too much of the hard work. Nah, gimme. Nah, fuck it. I don't care. I've already got everything I need anyway. Ah, shit. Too late. Run! Besides, even then, like, I had a quiet afternoon yesterday and I was just playing PC games, and I'm just mostly playing games that are going to eventually appear on AI in games right now. And then, like, one or two, like, just choice things for myself sort of thing, you know? There we go. Need a bit more music in my ears. There we go. Oh yeah, Jack, you were saying how much you enjoyed Terminator No Fate, which of course we streamed like a week or so ago, and we had Quang, the game's designer, join me on the stream as well, which was super cool of him to come and hang out. I didn't know he would come and join me for that. That was, and I had a chat with him afterwards. He was like, oh, thanks so much for streaming. I was like, nah mate, like, I was more than happy to play through the whole game, or at least one playthrough of the game. And it was just great to have him hang out with us. Quang's good people. I love him to bits. Fuck you, and you, and you, and you. Right, hang on. Run. There we go. Yeah, Terminator 2 was great fun, and but also, like, in its sensibilities as being a game that is deliberately trying to be old school in many respects. Like, I wrote about this in the, if you follow the newsletter, Terminator I think was number 7 on my Game of the Year list. And one of the things I said about it was, like, it doesn't just look like a game that would have came out in 1991. because of its aesthetic and like the pixel art style and how they really embrace that. It also plays like a game that would have came out in 1991. It's not like contemporary indie games where you use the, you know, the aesthetic and style of generations before to create something new that, you know, it's like, oh yeah, it's kind of vibe, it's, you know, riffing on those old ideas, but it definitely feels more modern in how it plays. Like, that's the thing I kind of love about Terminator 2D, in that it does actually play like a game you would have played at the time, which I think is a deliberate design choice on their part, and I have a lot of respect for them for like making that happen. Fuck off. Who the... Where did that come? Was that you? It was. Rogue Demon. Motherfucker. Is this going to be the first AI in game stream that's just pulled down by my prolific abuse of the language? I'm usually not such a potty mouth. Happy New Year's, Gilbury. Fuck you! I'm trying to chat with the wonderful folks tuning in and you're pissing on my cereal. Happy New Year's Eve, I guess, because Hogmanay's tomorrow. And that was it. I figured I should probably do this today rather than tomorrow, because if I do this on New Year's Eve, my partner may be a bit annoyed with me, because we should be eating shortbread and drinking whiskey by and large. But don't worry, we have a little bit of iron brew prepped in true Scottish fashion. If they cared about the language, would they not stop you a long time ago? Probably. Or, well, not even like the foul language, because I don't even curse that much. It's more just the abuse of the English language. But, you know, English is overrated. It's spoken by English people. So, what do you mean I ran out of bullets? I clearly need to kill more people that give me bullets. But yes, Happy New Year when 2026 comes around. I hope you all have exciting stuff planned for the year to come. We have a lot of exciting stuff planned for the year to come, actually. Both personally and professionally, but definitely we're hard at work on... Oh wow, I blew him up so hard. Phrasing. That he ended up blowing over this side. Yeah, we have a bunch of stuff. We're very close to signing a bunch of work with some studios and companies, which I'm excited about. We have a bunch of video topics lined up for this year. The conference is... We are planning a bunch of stuff for this coming year and for the year after that. For the conference, like, there's a lot of stuff happening right now. It's all quite scary, quite exciting. We have enough money in the bank to keep me and Shradda full of shortbread until probably this time next year. So on that note, any way you can support us is always much appreciated. 50% off the annual subscriptions on AIandGames.com and on Patreon are still running until the end of tomorrow. Thank you to everyone who has actually signed up to support us as well. We've had a little influx of those, which has been awesome. I also had some really nice comments from people just like, yo, like particularly following you. Like, you know, some people really love the YouTube, some people really love the work we're doing on the newsletter, just like combating all the bullshit that's coming out about AI in the games industry right now and trying to be the grown-ups in the room, as it were, which is often how I try to argue it. That went a bit hairy. I should have Oh shit and hell. No. Hey, how'd you get over there? Shit, went up the wrong way. I wanted that side with the armor, but never mind. Oh, I'm an idiot. No. There we go. I'm making my way through Necromantic Thirst, a family huge wad. But the Christmas wads I booted up on the 24th were so genuinely good as modern wads go that I would be tempted to jump ship. Fairly huge wad, right, okay. Nice. I am it's funny, we were just talking about this at the start of the run. I don't tend to play an awful lot of the the outside of the main Doom. I very rarely, I come back and I play this every year, but I don't really go and play any of the other WODs or even some of the... I used to, like, years ago, particularly in, like, my... Oh, I want to say my, late teens. I was really big on it back then. No, you don't. Thank you. Come on. There we go. Lovely. You know, that way I was actually saying to my partner that I could actually do with just another week off. That would be great, but because I'm sitting down at my desk to get on with work again on the 5th. And I was like, you know what, maybe we don't do that. Wouldn't it be great if we just did something else? And then it was like, no. Trad has got me in a short leash at this point. There was a soldier there, but did he get killed by the... Yeah, he got killed by the demon. No, thank you. Nice. Eric says, most fun I had from games out of the PS2 era. Today's games feel like generated slob. I consider buying a second-hand PS2 to get back in love with gaming. Like, this was kind of the conversation, Jack, you and I had, like, just yesterday about how you were like, you dusted out your like you said, you dusted out your Xbox 360, and there was just so many games of that era. Like, I feel like so many games now are, I don't know, like, I think there's certainly something missing right now where you see a bunch of stuff coming out and you're like, every now and then I find something that's newish and it kind of captures my imagination again, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about. I don't know if there's been... No. I actually know what... There was a couple of games this year which will be mentioned in tomorrow's final 5 of the Game of the Year list. But certainly things like, I loved Donkey Kong Bonanza this year. I just thought that was just like pure distilled fun. I absolutely adored that game. And then stuff like like games that felt decidedly old school but also fresh were like Shinobi, Art of Vengeance, and I like Absalom. No, I don't want to shoot him because I want to save all the barrels. Come here. Let's go. Let them all fade it out a little bit. There we go. Dum, dum, bum, bum. Oi, what do you mean you're still alive? Wasting all my health, you son of a bitch. I do think to a certain degree, like a lot of this conversation though about how the state of everything is makes me feel a lot more about, and also I think the way that a lot of AAAs begin to stagnate, even more so than it has done historically, it makes me feel a lot more about the state of indie games. And I think how on one hand, I think the idea of like saying that indie games are going to be our savior and fix everything is always a bit naive, because that would imply that indie games are getting sufficient funding to go and be made and come out and everything else, which is often a problem. But at the same time, like, I see a lot of indie and AA stuff coming out that really, I'm like, yeah, that's my fucking jam right there, you know? There it is. I knew it was somewhere around here, so I didn't want to go and get the supercharge until I'd done it. I mean, I say all that, but pretty sure, like, if I go back and look at my Game of the Year list, I'm pretty sure still half of them were big budget AAA to some degree. Didn't have as many, like, smaller indie games, I don't think, make it into my top 10 this year. Although I think the last couple of years, like, I guess, like, the games that were the big indie darlings of recent years I've usually vibed with, except maybe this year. There was a lot of games that, like indie games that really caught people's imagination that didn't vibe with me as much. Like, most notably Blueprints. Like, I played Blueprints and I was like, nope. Actually, it's one of those few times where Game Pass was really helpful, because I played it and immediately recognized, like, I do not like this game, but I understand why people really like this game. You know, it's not these people are wrong, it's, oh, I totally get why people have this sentiment towards this game, even if I do not, you know? Oh, shit. Oh yeah, there's a switch. Dumbass. Oh man, that guy sure felt that one. That's gonna leave a mark. Bloody hell. Come on. Come here. No, don't drag me into the goo. $120, fine. There we go. Son of a... What's happening in the... Oh, bunch of stuff happening in the chat. I missed that. What happened there? Guard Crush Games in any mix of usual contributors are one of the developers I trust the most at the minute. Right, so, Guard Crush Games, so I wrote about this in my Game of the Year list about how, I think Streets of Rage 4 was one of my favourite games of the year when it came out. I absolutely adored Streets of Rage 4 as a big fan of the original games. And then this year to see, you know, because that was Guard Crush Games and Lizard Cube who made Streets of Rage 4. To then see Guard Crush go and make Absalom, and then Lizard Cube went and made Shinobi, and I just was like, oh my god, like, it's like these two games are both building on the DNA of the predecessor that they worked on together to go and make their own thing, and it is so satisfying. Like, both of those games have like really satisfying crunchy combat, and it's what makes each of them click like really well, is just the moment-to-moment gameplay is really satisfying. I think I was listening to Giant Bomb's Game of the Year, and they were talking about this, particularly with Shinobi, about how Shinobi makes building combos feel effortless, despite the fact that you're not just button mashing. It's very rewarding and accommodating in how it lets you do that sort of thing and develop that mastery. And it is like, but you build your own play styles, which is quite rewarding as well. Oh yeah, I forgot that's a dead end now. Excuse me, coming through. Pardon me, please. Yep, that's it. Pardon me. Out the way. There we go. I need a corner that is mine, so I can get the chainsaw out and just go to work. Son of a... That went terribly. You want some? Chainsaw for you! Jeez, oh, very close to death there. Well, that could have gone better. All jokes aside, I couldn't even tell if my favourite games of all time were re-released this year with kids and studies. Like, there's a lot of games. Too many games sometimes. I think we have too many games coming out at times. Too many good games, which on one hand is a problem, on the other hand it isn't. You know, what are you going to do? Right, come on. We're nearly an hour into this. We need to get close to finishing this first we need to finish this first episode. So just kite them out a little bit. Sometimes half the trick with Doom is not even to kill them, it's just to get them moving. Just get them out and about. And get them killing each other as well once you get them out and about. I think the only game I'm currently looking forward to is Slay the Spire 2, and that's only because it's a good break game during my commute. Yeah, like I quite enjoy, like I said earlier, like I kind of actively now pursue games that I know I'm going to play on a handheld, or I know I'm going to play while I'm traveling, versus games I'm going to sit down and play. And even then, it's like different forms of sitting down. Am I sitting down to chat with friends? Am I sitting down to piss off? Am I sitting down by myself, or am I sitting down next to my partner? Like I do think about the way the way in which I'm consuming a game, and then that puts me in the mood for certain types of games. Can I aim at him? There we go. Ow, shit. I could just go down there and fucking kill him. Jesus, that's the line that Steam gets the Twitch bans me for. I could just go down there and fucking kill him. You know, there's certain games that I just want to sit down by myself and just play them, and then other games where I'm like, no, I'm going to jump on and maybe chat about, you know, it's a casual enough game I can play with, you know, my mates in a party, even if we're not playing them together. And funnily enough, I don't think we've had that many multiplayer games really catch our imagination this year. Like Battlefield 6 probably has been the big one that my friends and I are all playing together, because funnily enough, like, it's, hey, what if we just made Battlefield 3 again? Which, there's something very specific about how they've built those. I think it's a combination of the map design, but the mechanics, just a lot of it is just very satisfying to pick up and play with your pals. Doom 2 LAN was mint. It was indeed. Oh god, I used to do that back in the day, like dragging my absolute beast of a, I had a 486DX2, which I overclocked to a Pentium 70 megahertz, and then I would roar into my mate's house and we'd play Doom. Bunch of 13, 14-year-olds trying to figure out how to make LANs work. Good times. Helldivers 2, yep. I forgot, yeah, because, well, yeah, we bought you that on PlayStation, so you could play actually, we should play more Helldivers. We haven't played any Helldivers in a couple of months. I think the last time we tried to play was when the new update came out, and then everything was kind of broken in the game, so maybe we wait until it's a bit more stable. You know, it's funny thinking about, because I played other stuff. Actually, Jack, I've been chatting with Kennedy about playing Arc Raiders, because he was like, oh, do you fancy playing Arc Raiders? And I'm like, I guess. Like, he's got a bunch that are all playing it, but the thing is, I tried playing it solo, and it is a miserable fucking experience. How have I missed? Oh yeah. So how the hell have I missed the blue? It's down here. But Art Raiders, the core loop of that, I think, without friends, isn't particularly engaging. Whereas I actually still quite enjoy the core loop of Helldivers, even when you're playing with randoms, or even if you dare to play a mission solo, I still don't mind it. Whereas I've played a bunch of Art Raiders with others and found it with randoms online and did not enjoy that experience at all. And then equally played it solo, and then the amount of times where you have a half decent run and then you just get fleeced by other random human players who are just like, yeah, we're gonna fucking kill you, and I'm like, oh god. Oh yeah, let's encourage these guys to kick off. Oh, I should have used the invisibubble before I did that. Although, I'm just thinking, because it did appear on my Game of the Year list this week, or last week rather, I did mention, like, I quite enjoyed Metroid Prime 4, despite all the hate it seems to, or mixed reception it has received. Because, let's face it, Metroid Prime 4 is, they didn't remake Metroid Prime, which seems to be a lot of in the reviews, that is the issue. Like, why didn't you just make Metroid Prime again? I'm like, no, because all the Metroid Prime games are quite different. Like, I hate 2. I hate Metroid Prime 2. I think Echoes is like, I need to go back and revisit it, but I've tried playing that game like 3 times and gave up because I just didn't enjoy the loop of it. Whereas I quite enjoyed Corruption, and I quite enjoyed, for all its faults, I think with Beyond, I think it has issues. That big central map area in the desert doesn't quite work the way they want to, but all right, we are nearly an hour in. My partner and I recently tried It Takes Two and we nearly broke up. Right, how the fuck did that game win Game of the Year? In the Game Awards or whatever it was a couple of years ago. I don't get it. Like, so my partner and I, we tried playing It Takes Two, and I think It Takes Two is fine. Like, I think it is a decent enough game with far too many problems that weigh it down. And we played about maybe a third of it and we got bored and we haven't went back to it. I think first and foremost, one of my biggest gripes with that game is there's a fundamental, it never addresses the skill imbalance issue, which so many people I know who have played It Takes Two, it isn't like two guys or two ladies, doesn't matter who you are, who have decided they're going to play play a game in co-op, like you do Gears of War or Army of Two. You know, it's usually couples, and so it's couples playing a game together. And of course, you then always have a skill differential. So, like, my partner plays video games, but is nowhere as proficient as I am, and particularly often plays games on touch devices or with motion controls and stuff, isn't used to the dual sticks for a third-person game, right? I think that's critically it. And the game has a lot of fine control. The game has a lot of There we go. Are gay couples the best at It Takes Two? Probably, because also they'd be immune to the bad writing. So I think first and foremost, like, there should be accessibility aspects of it for making the combat easier, or like providing auto targeting and stuff like that when one person is not going to be at the same level of controller fidelity, because there's so many battles in that game, particularly in the bosses, where like the other person is constantly running around to keep the other to stay alive so that the other person can respawn to try and deal with the thing that they're trying to do, and it never really addresses that imbalance. And then the writing, like, so I never, like I said, I don't think we even got any halfway through it, but the problem was both my partner and I hated the two main characters. Like, I don't like them. I don't, like, they're so, like, it was a story about divorce written by someone who never had been in a serious adult relationship before. Like, I just didn't, like, I thought, I don't like either of these characters. No wonder you're getting divorced. And like, their character motivations seem terribly flawed. And, you know, didn't seem to be even remotely interested in addressing one another's issues and concerns, as particularly with gender dynamics involved in it and everything else. And I'm like, who the fuck? You know, it's like people that, it's like, you know, people who tell me how great The Last of Us is for the story. I'm like, no. Always remember that. Well, who was I talking to? I was getting quoted by Keith Stewart from The Guardian about something a while ago, and we were talking about games, and you know, he's like, and I said, oh, you know, you play The Last of Us for the gameplay, you don't play it for the story, and he's like, you think so? And I was like, mate, I read Cormac McCarthy's The Road. If I wanted to see post-apocalyptic fiction done right, I just reread the book. Like, I don't really rate The Last of Us as a storytelling mechanism. Never bothered with the TV show because I didn't think any of it was really worth it. But yeah, It Takes Two, I'm just flabbergasted by the... It is a generally good two-player game that I feel is just held in far too high a regard for what it is. Oh yeah, leave them to fight it out for a minute. Hi. You might remember me from... Oh, shit. One of you got in the teleporter, huh? Will you play the new Resident Evil when it comes out? Yes, absolutely. Like, I really like Resident Evil. I really like Village. I had a really good time with Resident Evil Village. Much better than Biohazard. Like, I liked what Biohazard was doing, but I feel like it kind of runs out of ideas pretty quickly. Whereas I kind of liked that Village is sort of like, it's almost like a greatest hits of Resident Evil. It tries all these different things. Like, each area you go to in the village, there's like one of them that's the RE7 big antagonist. There's one of them that's like pure distilled horror. There's one that's a bit more actiony. Actually, there's a couple of them that are a bit more actiony and bombastic. And I kind of like that you're giving me a bit of everything. So no matter what your Resident Evil vibe is, you will find something here that you like, and I kind of dig that. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the new one. I saw I couldn't be arsed with queuing in the demo. For the demo, I was at Gamescom back in August, and they had the display up. I took some photos of it where it was like the queue, and the queue was basically you were in a ow shit. The queue was like the nuclear destroyed remnants of the RPD, and I was like, that's awesome. Like, you know, Gamescom was the first time in a long time I've actually seen events where they have like booths set up in the tone and style of the game in a way that was really fun and satisfying. I can't stand Split Fiction's writing. It's constantly they fly now. They fly now. Oh right. I haven't played it. So my friend Ben, who does our credit music and a few other bits and pieces for us, him and his wife played through It Takes Two, and I think they enjoyed it. But again, most of the story about them playing that game was the skill differential, as his partner was like, you know, he's like, I'm standing there for like 5 minutes waiting on her to try and fix this puzzle, and sometimes having to do it for her, and I'm like, build accessibility systems into your game to make that easier. And it's a development choice not to do that, in my opinion. Because let's face it, I am struggling to remember the name of the studio that makes these games, but they've been doing this for a long time. You know, they have made a lot of these two-player games like this, whether it's, you know, Split Fiction, It Takes Two, Brothers, Tale of Two Sons, there was A Way Out, I'm sure there was another one that I'm forgetting. That Ben now divorced, maybe. As an aside, I've never made par on Doom. I don't even try. I don't care about making the par, to be honest. It's like, why would I care about that? Like, it's not interesting to me to try and make par on Doom. It's more interesting to me to kill everything. That's where true satisfaction, you know? Right. Oh, bollocks. Right. Oi. Oh, that went terribly. Let's try that again. Better. Ah, Andreas, I think you do play games, you just don't have time. You've got a PhD to complete, a research career to manage, you've got a family, all these fun and important grown-up things. Oh, bollocks. Man, these shotgun shells need to count. Come on. Right, antagonize everyone. There we go. Let the mushers deal with as many of these guys as possible. I was going to say, I want the chainsaw, but that's going to give me all sorts of problems in about 90 seconds. Because the lost souls are all going to come spewing out. I never did pick up the Berserk pack. That wasn't smart of me. That's it, find a good angle. So you don't have multiple lost souls bearing down on you at once. There we go. No, it's not this room. I was like, hang on, is this the one that's got another hidden room in it somewhere? It is not. Ah, fuck. Come on! Fucking kill him! There we go. You're fucking asking for it. Boosh! Pow! Right in the kisser. Sanava. Right. Right. Oh, this is where I always get lost. Right, we need to go and find... Right, I've got everything I need here. Let's leave this area. Blue key, red key. And I'm going up here to do everything. I saw a question there that I will come back to and answer in a moment. I believe it was a descriptivist asking, what do I actually do for a living? Right. Because, oh, do you do anything outside of the newsletter and the YouTube? Oh, God, yes. If only the YouTube and the newsletter actually paid for themselves. They do not. But it's fine. It's all good. We have a good time doing what we're doing here. No, I want that yellow key. I'm not done yet. What have I got? Son of a... Chainsaw time! We need to be conserving our energy. I'm on very high sensitivity on gyro controls. Stay hydrated, my friend. Stay hydrated. Ripping and tearing is often comes at a cost. Oh yeah, shit. I forgot that's how this one works. Whoop. Pick up some rogue health I left laying around. Right. Bested. I always forget this level is quite nasty in terms of like there's very little resources. So you spend a lot of your time just trying to like scavenge whatever you can for a later run. Shit. No, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Somebody just said I'm good at Doom, I think, in the comments, and then that immediately... I fucked that there, because I should have switched to my shotgun sooner. I've just been very stingy about using shotgun ammo, because this level is so nasty in how it doesn't really give you much to work with ammo-wise. Right, okay. Where were we? Nope, that way. Oh, no, wait, there was health back here, wasn't there? Yes. Also, I need to go down there. No, I haven't played this level too many times. Why do you ask? Right. Now I need to go back. Fuck you. This way. Lovely. I'll have me some of these. Right, now let's find the exit. Get the hell out of here. Baboosh. Right, stay hydrated. That's the important part. So, I'm going to go and find it. Scroll back up in the chat. To answer Descriptivist's question over on Twitch. So, the bulk of what I do day in, day out is we actually, AI in Games, as a company, I work as a consultant in the video games industry. I do a lot, and critically, we do a lot of consultancy on projects. We're also doing a lot of work on training and workshops, particularly around AI, and supporting people who are like interested in AI in game development and trying to help them figure out how to make smart choices, and particularly trying to stop studios making dumb choices around generative AI, where there are ways in which you can use generative AI in a way that makes sense and actually can help people, that is legal, that is not ethically compromising, that is not stealing other people's work. Like, you can train your own models to do, and actually don't even put it in product. You can use it to help you build games without just, hey, let's just get GPT to help us with stuff. But also a lot of the work in machine learning as well. So just like a lot of times people go, no, we need generative AI for this. And it's like, no, I can just train an ML model for this. Like, I can do this. Like, they're like, oh, we're paying all this money to some generative AI company, and I'm like, yeah, we could train our own ML tech stack to do this internally, and it would cost us nothing by comparison. But also, you know, so we have the newsletter, and that is, we have people that subscribe to that and pay premium subscriptions and support us there. We have the videos, which aren't as, you know, YouTube is really tanking the YouTube metric, the recommendations and everything for us these days, but that's fine because we have a nice entrenched audience, or dedicated audience, which is, I love that we have. We have our conference that we started last year, and that seems to be going from strength to strength, and I don't make a huge amount of money from that because we run that through a non-profit organization, but full disclosure, I do make a bit of money because I am the lead, I am the executive director of the non-profit, which is a very formal way of saying I'm the guy who mostly runs the company and keeps it afloat. So we run our conference through this non-profit organization. Our conference costs us a lot of money to run, so I'm the guy that goes out, gets sponsorship from big studios, from companies, and works with the rest of my team to get speakers in that we want, and to get the material that we want to really create the event that we're trying to strive for. And so I made more money this year than last doing that, which was nice. That was a nice step up. It's still not, you know, enough to live off of. So like a lot of the things we do, like probably the consultancy work is the only thing I do that actually would pay for me day in, day out. That would actually pay for me to live, you know? And and then everything, but then we use that money to allow us to do everything else. So, you know, when we have a couple of good contracts come in and we do a bunch of really good work with studios, then that means I can dedicate a few weeks to just focusing on YouTube content, you know, that sort of thing. So there's this interesting web of stuff that I do that is all kind of interconnected with each other, and by doing one thing it allows me to do other things. And certainly, like, in the last year or so, we have discovered there is an appetite and a desire to hear more on this subject matter, particularly around AI in the games industry. There's so many companies out there who are interested in it, but equally are, I mean, I think for all the narratives that, like, oh, all game studios are using AI, no, they're fucking not. Like, that's an absolute guff. What you'll find is an awful lot of companies are going, there's something here that seems like it could be useful, but a lot of this, you know, on a purely on the, when you look at the trends that are emerging of slop and everything else, and like hey, we have real problems that plague our game development processes, and could AI help us automate this? And it's actually yes, because a lot of studios have already done this in the previous, like, I don't know, 10 plus years, and so I help give them advice on how to move forward with that. And, you know, I've worked with a couple of studios in the last few years. We usually keep it quite quiet who I'm working with, but see me give any development talk and you'll see the list. But I work with some very big companies, I work with some very small companies, I work with indies, I work with AA's and AAA's, I work with mobile studios, and a lot of them are just like, hey, here's a problem we've got. Is there a way we can use AI to help us automate this while keeping the creatives in control of it? And more often than not, the answer is yes, and we can find a way to help them to do that. It's a lot of work, and it's very sporadic, but we go through phases where we'll maybe have, you know, a couple of companies at once, and then we go through a couple of phases where we have not a lot, and that's fine because we've got Goal State coming out next year, which is our online course. So we've got the first course on Goal State will come out this year. Very excited, that's coming together really well now. We've got the conference once again running this year, and so we have to think about that. So lots of things happening. I think, as we talked about in the Wrap live stream a couple of weeks ago, like this time, 18 months ago, AI in games was literally just me, and now we have Shradha and I working full-time in AI in games, keeping us busy. But also we have like a team of around 5+. I think technically there's about 7 people now working at the non-profit that runs our conference at varying degrees of monetary compensation. But, you know, we are working towards building our conference to be the trusted resource on AI in the video games industry at a time where everyone is compromising their ethics and their principles to suck up to Big Gen. Big Gen, I've never referred to it as that. I often talk about how there's a difference in the newsletter. I talk about this, how there's a difference between generative AI as a technology and generative AI as an industry. And right now, so many people are keen to placate the AI industry in a way that is antithetical to what games should be. And we need to do better, frankly. But yeah. And it's like, that's why when you have a look at the stuff we've got coming at the conference, we've got a bunch of generative AI stuff in there, but it was like, what are you doing that's good? What are you doing that's interesting? What are you doing that's bringing value to players, that's bringing value to game developers, that isn't just, oh, hey, we're saving money on a salary balance sheet somewhere? Because that's not innovation. Yes, Andreas, I said Goal State. Like, Roper's coming on board to help us finish with the practicals next week. But yeah, I think with a lot of, to address the Android stuff, like, mobile studio, a lot of it is just, they look at, I won't name names, but one of the studios I was working with is sort of, hey, we have a bunch of processes around how we make games. And I know, time dilation, Andreas, it's fine. But like, they work on, they're like constantly pushing new content. And they weren't like, oh, how can we use generative tools? They were like, pushing new content repeatedly creates problems for us in production. It means that the game goes through periods of instability. Sometimes, you know, planned updates get delayed or whatever else because things break or things are causing problems for them, and they're like, right, can we start using these tools to help us like manage and like monitor and test more effectively? And these are all things that bigger AAA studios have invested in over the years. We have a really good video coming up, hopefully next month, depending on when we get clearance to publish it, on a bunch of work that Ubisoft have done around benchmarking performance on consoles using AI. And it is one of the coolest bits of AI, uses of AI in game development I have seen in years. Also, I always bring this up whenever we do this level, because this is the best level for it. So, this level is one of my favorite examples of how audio propagation works, because if you look at this map, it goes all the way out. We're going to have to run all the way down. Fuck you, get away. And nothing else, because all the doors are shut. Right, let him come after me. Yep, let him come after me. So, I really like this because when you start this level, there's a bunch of enemies right here. And then when you shoot, a bunch of enemies from this corridor all the way down there start making their way to you, and they start firing at you. And the reason that that is the case is because the way the audio propagation works in Doom. So if there's no occlusion basically created by doors or walls, then audio will pass all the way down there. Now, certain enemies, enemies by default, unless they are tagged otherwise, we're actually going to cover all this because we've got the source code deep dive for Doom coming out on the Ghost 8 YouTube channel later this year. So if they are designed as they're regularly configured, they will hear the noise all the way down that corridor and they'll start making their way towards it. And as you can see, they don't actually regularly pathfind, they just kind of shuffle in the direction of where the audio event was. And then until they actually see me, and then they will make a beeline for me, right? So I always think that's really interesting, because the other thing to remember with Doom is there are two types of enemies. There are the types that will immediately, as soon as they hear something, will go. Hence it's really great sometimes to be in a space, fire the gun, and you just hear that because they all hear it. But also some of them will only respond if they see you. So and that's how they create traps. So sometimes you'll walk around a corner and you'll be like, right, well, I fucking fired the gun at 800 things, and then everyone gonna know. Then, you know, oh yeah, I forgot. Back. So yeah, sometimes you'll be thinking, oh, hang on, I've killed everybody, I fired all the guns, everything should be fine, and then one of them's waiting for you. And that's because those enemies are configured to only respond to seeing you rather than hearing you. Ah, fucking hell. Andreas, yes, this was, yes, the Snowcap project. We saw that at the summer school last year, and this year we actually sat down and did an interview with the dev team, with three members from the team last month, and we're getting ready to put that out into a YouTube video. So right now I'm just cutting it up and putting it all together. It just depends on, ideally we'll have it out in January. It all depends though ultimately on final approval and sign off from the folks over at Massive and Ubisoft Central Comms. I'm not expecting there to be any issues. We tend to have a very good working relationship with Ubisoft when we cover stuff like this. Also, you know, we got the interview because I reached out and said, yo, because I mean, full disclosure on this, I actually know I know people at the comms teams, corporate comms at Ubisoft, and we have a good working relationship with them. They have liked the stuff that we have done over the years. You know, you might remember a few years back we did both the 3-part series on Division 2, and we also did the piece on Watch Dogs Legion. And those were officially, like, we got paid by Ubisoft to make those, which I'm really proud of them. I think we did a really good job of those. Ever since then, you know, I cover the odd Ubisoft game occasionally, and they really like the work we do. So hence, if you read the newsletter a few weeks ago, I was out in Paris because I got invited to the press demo for the Teammates project that they've been working on, which got a lot of flack because people were like, oh, it's more generative AI. And I'm like, yeah, I understand that sentiment. I think... so if you didn't see this, this was like... I think like VGC and Game Industry.biz and a bunch of other places all wrote about it. And I thought... a lot of people were like, yeah, it's a bit meh. And I'm like, yeah, I don't disagree. I thought as a demo, I thought it was fine. It's imagine you're playing, you know, a third person shooter, but you can talk to the NPCs. And I thought, all right, from a gameplay perspective, I didn't think that was particularly engaging. I thought it was nice that it worked, and I think what was interesting on a technical level is that they've clearly worked with the game AI side of things to ensure that the player is understood by the NPCs, and that you can get a lot of contextual meaning from conversations with those NPCs. You can tell them to do very specific things, and they pick up on that context and nuance, which I thought was really satisfying. For me, genuinely, like, because everyone, I saw a lot of takes on the internet going, oh, this is just a waste of time and more generative slop and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that was very poorly managed, and I completely fucked that. Ah, shit, I gotta start this level again. Remember what I said about the audio propagation? Now watch as they all emerge from over there. I'm an idiot. As I wrote in my write-up on it, I think one of the really most impressive things that demo did was, one, they only used generative AI for a lot of incidental, like for creating dialogue based on stuff that narrative designers had built. So the narrative designers basically went away and trained up this whole like bible of information for characters to know and for the world to know, such that NPCs could then lift from it to engage with the player. And I thought, okay, that's interesting. But the other more interesting part of it, so they had that for the dialogue, right, and the broader narrative. They had this separate system that was interfacing with the NPC, so you could talk to an NPC and then it would execute game AI logic to do stuff in the game. And I thought, that's neat, because I don't want to see an LLM fuck up trying to figure out how to make a character move from A to B, when I know I have existing game AI technology that will do that quite successfully. Just create an interface for the player to tell the NPC exactly what you want it to do, and then as a designer I can then implement that. So I thought that was really nicely done. But the thing that was the actual cool bit of that project is it created an interface for people with accessibility issues to engage with that game. Ooh, tea has been deposited. Thank you very much. Oh. Thank you. So yeah, like, the coolest thing about that project is it meant somebody who has actual accessibility issues can talk to a game and get it to change things for them. Because what they'd done was they built this like top layer to the game that would allow, basically it was a generative model that you could talk to it, it would process instructions, and there was parts of the game, that's twice he's caught me off guard there as I tried to dodge his shots, and it could do this thing where if you could get it to change options for you by talking to it. And I thought, that's a fucking game changer. Like, even as someone, for me, none of that is particularly useful. I go in and just customize all my settings or whatever else. But I think about players who use custom controller systems and everything else for accessibility purposes, and being able to tell a video game to change like one part of the settings just by talking to it. Not fiddling with controls, not fiddling around with options and settings, just invert my Y-axis on my right stick, or actually, one of the things I actually told so it's like there's a Jarvis system that's connected to the game as you're playing it. And I told it, yo, I'm colorblind. And it went, all right, what type of colorblindness are you? And I will configure the UI and HUD in the correct colors that would prevent my colorblindness from being an issue. And I thought, ooh. And then I even said to it what my colorblindness is. And it responded to that. And it actually went, all right, I'll go fix that for you. And I thought, that's cool. That's interesting. Because you're creating an ecosystem that allows a player to interface with a game in a way that's conducive to them. And I thought, and I understand that, you know, a lot of it is equally people giving them grief because it's like, oh, here we go, another company trying to show off what they're doing in generative AI. And I thought, you know what? For as much of this I don't care about, there were bits of it I thought is, you know, bollocks. The fact that I can just talk to it as a player and it will change something for me, I thought was huge. Yes, there is. Unreal has something like that. They just integrated Gemini into it, I believe. Google's Gemini. Whereas this was like custom trained models that actually understand the game you're playing. So not only can I get it to like customize the settings, I can ask it like, what was I supposed to be doing and what's the current objective, and like all these little things that I think on one hand in a tech demo, I'm like kind of, all right, okay, cool. Like I don't, and I think critically, I think a lot of press were very sniffy about it. But I thought there is a handful, like a proportion of the game playing audience out there for whom something like this is actually great, you know? And I feel like sometimes we're a little too quick to shit on an awful lot of generative AI stuff, and sometimes rightly so. Jesus, he fucking came screaming out the gate there. Sometimes I think we're a little too quick to shit on generative AI stuff, forgetting that actually there are some very useful applications of this if it is used correctly. And that's often the problem, because a lot of companies aren't using it correctly. They're going, hey, let's try and make a cheap buck, rather than, hey, let's try and address like interesting concerns or issues that players might have. I say this because I noted quite a few I understand absolutely. Like, we're actually going to write a lot more, I think, about the current anti-AI sentiment in the industry and how we're going to tackle it and how I am specifically working to tackle it, and also giving advice to others, like how you can tackle it from your end. Because I think, you know, if you saw the thing about the what was it, the Indie Game Awards or whatever rescinded an award to Expedition 33 for AI textures, and it's like, cool, but and you know, this is just the latest in a long line of generative AI related conversations happening in the industry. But I see an awful lot of like really bad takes that are often constructed because people don't understand AI well enough to actually have to deliver a, you know, it's oh fuck AI in games. It's like, all right, cool. When there's so many things you can't do now because you have got rid of AI in games, or at least are much harder to do, because that's how we do it. Like, you need to have a more, I think we collectively need to have a richer and more context-specific conversation about when we're angry about the use of generative AI, particularly generative AI in game development. Why are we angry about it? And be able to communicate those issues more readily. Hello. Was warned that the stream is just for mature audience. Indeed, it was all the cussing, LB. It was all the fucking cussing. Fucking language. Outrageous, I tell you. And yes, I think we need to have a more nuanced conversation about a lot of these things, and that's a huge amount of what I do behind the scenes, is trying to address all of this in a way that is going to help. And I wonder, and I understand, like, I completely understand the negative sentiment by so many people, but I see stuff that like Aftermath, for example, who, you know, that's an indie publication, which I quite like. I like Aftermath, does really good stuff, but they have been so you know, they went very much on a fuck AI, and like, I think it was Luke Plunkett wrote a piece really tearing into that that demo, and I'm like, you guys have, like, I understand the point you're making, but it felt like you're really coming at this from the wrong end of the... Oop. It's like you're delivering no nuance to this conversation, and as a result, it's actually less helpful. It's not that helpful. Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, Leon, oh, hey, Leon. Like, that is also speaking to the issue, right? Because people don't want the context and the nuance. People want the short story. People want to be angry about stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. But at the same time, like, this also comes from, I think, a collective lack of understanding of just how AI actually works in the video games industry. And that's a failure of many to communicate that more effectively to players and just general punters, you know? Anyway. I didn't want to get into a generative AI chat, but here we are. How many of your annual Dune runs have been in December? I think since we started doing them live, I think every one of them for the last like 4 years, because I used to do them in the summer. Back when I was a college professor, I guess, by American money. I was a senior lecturer in computer science at a university. Yeah, I would do it during my summer break when I had no students, and I was also sometimes just at work and I didn't want to have to work, so I'd just sit and play Doom in the office. Yeah, so Gen AI, right, so this is the thing, like, I think LB really hits this, like, this generative AI in any capacity, it's like, fuck that shit. Just, if you're going to use it, why are you using it? And also, I mean, I made a point of this, it was funny, I believe it was, what was it? It was George Osborne said it. He says, one of my highlights of the year was Tommy giving a talk at Google's offices where he shits on Google's AI and says it's a waste of time. And it was, I didn't so much shit on it, but I was making a particular point about how we are in an age, we are in a bubble. We are in a hype bubble beyond all recognition. And everyone is desperate to show that AI has value because all these big companies are investing tremendous amounts of money into it to achieve something that is not delivering the profit that they believe it can. So everybody, oh, like, check out our AI meeting systems, check out our AI note-taking, check out our AI this, our AI that. And I'm like, you know, as somebody who's been in AI for 20 years, the trick to AI is knowing exactly the problem you're trying to solve, and you build AI systems to solve that problem, rather than these one-size-fits-all nonsense. And you know, we've even done a couple of pieces on that in the past year. We had the so the Snowcap episode that's about to come out is very specifically about, hey, what happens when you train a very specific machine learning model to solve a very specific game development problem? And lo and behold, it's actually really useful. But also we did the ML Move project, which was the one about training Counter-Strike bots using transformers. And I really liked that one because that whole video is like, hey, see, if here's a very specific game design problem. What if we train an AI and it uses generative techniques to do something? And I like it because it is not stealing people's work. It is utilizing data in a responsible way, and it delivers on something you can't do using traditional game development techniques. You can't have characters move around like that without a huge amount of like authored work by a human. And even then, even in the testing, as we talk about in the video, like when they actually put it under a focus testing, the bot, the ML Move bot, was considered more realistic than the traditional game AI bots because it was doing something that, you know, in a really smooth and efficient way, you know? maybe, just maybe, if we just focus on how to use AI on a sensible way rather than slapping it into fucking everything. It does, it really pisses me off. What the fuck? I didn't know that could hurt you. Anyway. I vividly remember Hello Games is we quickly had the algorithm and then spent 90% of the time making it do the thing we want to do. Right. Like, I have tried several times to get Hello Games to come on the record and we could do like an artifacts on No Man's Sky, because that's such a great story of like, we have the tech. And then I remember giving a talk about No Man's Sky when it came out, and I basically was talking about the 1,000 bowls of oatmeal problem. In how that game is got everything that it needs to be what it wants to be, but what it lacks is a much stricter designer's intent in curating and crafting that experience. And eventually they figured that out. Like, you know, credit to them. Like, No Man's Sky has gone on to great success since then, you know? I am completely fucking lost. This is a trap. Yes, actually, LB, if I would have loved to have got Innes on the record. You know, I've met Innes several times. Wonderful person. But yeah, like, they got so much shit working on that game. And I know Innes in particular also had very specific issues with how they were treated by the gamers. And it's like, yep, fair enough, totally get, we don't want to relitigate all that shit all over again. But yeah, I'd love to do cover No Man's Sky sometime, because I think it's a very important game to discuss in terms of its technical merits and what it's doing and how it does it. You son of a bitch. Right. No, I don't have any cells left. Bollocks! Bollocks! Can I just go one place without triggering something? Fuck it, that'll do. Yeah, Netslayer, like horror stories of, like, you know, my partner gets this in her own company, in their own company, where it's like people are going, oh hey, look, we can get AI to do this, and then the first thing my partner points out goes, well, it's wrong. Oh, but we can fix it. I'm like, I could have just done it myself. And it is. It's like to be seen to be using the technology, and critically, it's a lot of it is these general purpose tools, whether it's GPT, whether it's Copilot and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, hey, look, we've got this general purpose tool that's actually crap at everything it does. But it's mediocre enough, you can use it as a stepping stone to do something else. And I say that as someone who I have genuinely tried sometimes to use some of these tools because I'm offered it, and I'm like, well, what can I do with it? I have never found a single thing that I do in my day-to-day work life that they can optimize. Nothing. And I'm just like, so I've turned it off on everything. Like, it's just a nightmare. It's just get it out of my face. I don't need it. I don't want it. I completely cut a few corners in that mission there, but we got there. And it's like this. And you're seeing an awful lot of this now where companies have invested a huge amount into AI in the last couple of years and are now backing down because they're like, hey, we ran out and this is one of the things I've worked with studios where they're running AI pilot programs. And sometimes they're like, oh, we spent all this time on AI and we never got anything from it. And then I look at what they did and I'm like, yeah, like, I get why that didn't work for you. here's 8 other, like, and then it's like, well, what are we doing wrong? And I'm like, it's not that you're doing anything wrong per se, it's just that you were given, you're trying to kill flies with bazookas rather than thinking more meaningfully about how to use the technology to do very specific things. And that's one of the things I often try and encourage studios about. It's like, right, what are your actual game development problems? Let's get you there, right? All right, here we go. Here's, because also just, they're told, oh yeah, just use these AI tools and it'll fix all your problems. It's like, no, it won't. But you have a very specific problem. Actually, I think we could train an AI to solve that problem if we went away and approached it more as an actual serious kind of study. As a, from a research-driven perspective rather than this purely, let's throw a toy at it and see what it does. And that comes from knowing how AI works and knowing what forms of AI are good for very specific things, you know? Anyway. And yeah, to your point, Leon, like the stuff that I can think of when I go, oh, I should get an AI to do that, it's very obvious to me from the very beginning. I'm like, oh, I need to train an AI to do that. And that's going to take me a lot of time and effort because I need to curate the data, I need to train the models, I need to figure out what the, you know, it's not this, let's just throw the tool at it and it immediately works. Like, no, I need to go away and curate this, I need to refine this, I need, what models would be a good fit for this, or what, you know, learning techniques, etc. Like, I have to go away and think about it from that perspective. And we have done that. We have helped studios figure that out, you know? Anyway. So yeah, I've actually got, I came up with an idea for what will essentially be another round of, so we've got the, we're trying to finish the Game AI Existential Crisis essays that are on the newsletter. That's going to turn into a big YouTube video in the spring, where we're going to basically do a cut of everything talked about in those essays and turn it into one big video. But also we've got, I see you. But I've got an idea for my next kind of set of essays that I want to do, and it's specifically about helping gamers more specifically understand the issues surrounding generative AI and how to approach it, to how they can be vocal in their displeasure and how to like address these concerns more specifically. You know, thinking about how to be, and it's one of the things I say a lot in my talks that I give at industry events. I tell people to be angry but be informed. And I was thinking a lot about that, like being angry but being informed, and what does that look like? And it's funny because I guess this is going to be the year we're finally going to have it in the YouTube. I spent the first 2 years of the newsletter figuring out how to be a critic of the AI industry while also being someone who works in it. And trying to be a voice of reason around all this stuff to help guide, to help support the industry more effectively. And I'm like, you know what? I think this is the year it's all going to finally creep into the YouTube work. Because I feel like we need to be a bit more vocal about it. Oh shit. Son of a bitch. How dare you? Right. Oh, hang on. This is a trap, isn't it? Yeah, this is a trap. More, I know you're looking forward to Existential Crisis. Part 3. Part 3 is technically the last part, Andreas. and then there's a bit more. Ah, bollocks, I always do that. Shit! Yes, the last part 3, is about community, and then I guess technically there is maybe a 4th part. I haven't decided whether the last bit is in the same segment, but it's like how I hope that we can address these issues within the kind of the game AI, the generative AI, or sorry, the game AI existential crisis. So it's like. This isn't good. I'm pretty messed up. Do I need... Oh, I think there's a red key, isn't there? And that's only when you get... Oh, I know where it is. But no, like, currently the existential crisis is a... Yeah, there's a red key. I knew there was a fucking red key. The main argument is in 3 parts. And then we have the conclusion wrap-up segment. But I feel about... But then I think the next big write-up will be this: be informed but be angry. Or be angry but be informed, rather, is actually the line. But I am in a bad fucking way here. There's more health in the toxic slime, but I would never reach it. Oh shit, I've just burrowed myself into a dead end. Right, you motherfuckers. Whoop. Right, this is gonna get squeaky bum time for a minute. No health. Fuckers. Come and get it. I think we might have to like fall back briefly and let the chainsaw do the talking. That's better. To Leon's point there about, you know, I made a point about Gen AI recently about making the artists a core part of it. They help define the rules, how it's trained, and they talk about what they need it to do, bring informed consent to them and their work. I think that's certainly a valid point. Like if you're going to allow artists, if you're going to build systems like this, have artists be part of that conversation. But equally, if the artist then turns around and goes, I want fucking nothing to do with this shit, I think that needs to be also respected. And I think this is the thing that a lot of people kind of fall apart on, is it's like there's so many places in which we... I think actually it speaks to my broader issue of like, generative models as a technology are very good at context-sensitive recognition of nuance in, well, not nuance per se, but context. They're very good at context-sensitive processing of data, right? And all the solutions we've came up to using it for are just the most basic bitch like applications. Let's make a texture generator. Let's make a concept art generator. We'll steal a bunch of concept art from concept artists, and then we'll make a concept art generator. I'm like, what a useless thing. And so much of that often comes from technologists not understanding creative processes. You know, I mean, Andreas, no doubt you'll have experienced this to some degree, but by God, like one of the things I discovered in the like 10 plus years I worked in academic, or like I worked in AI research specifically, is how often you see AI people trying to offer technology as a solution to something where it is not a solution. It's like, yeah, we can solve this using technology. It's like, actually, we can just solve this with better management and better tools and better processes. But no, we'll automate it. And then quite often the automation misses all the nuance of the actual original problem. I mean, Andreas, to your point, like, yeah, you see a lot of anger coming from the way that the data is stolen, but equally, like, I think the other part of it is a degradation of quality. Like, look at all that slop that is just infecting the internet right now. And it is, and particularly in video games, as a commercial product, I can absolutely understand people's frustrations with this. Like, why the hell am I paying through the nose for AAA games that are becoming increasingly more expensive, and you can't even be bothered to actually let the artist do the art anymore? You're using generative AI to do the art. And it's like, yeah, that's a fair point. Like, why are we doing this? And it's a point I make to companies, like, is your aspirations for using generative AI, or AI as a whole, anything other than to reduce your salary count? You know, your head count and your salary. Like, is that it? Because if that's it, then you're not really approaching this with the right mindset. You know, what if you can actually use this in a way that's more useful, that maybe you can find a way to use AI in a way that actually supports a game development process. It doesn't fundamentally change the way that the person does their job. You know? You take something that's a pain in the ass to a largely solved problem through technology, and it's like, oh, that's great. I don't have to worry about that anymore. Versus, oh, hey, we're going to make you change how you do things by using a tool that we know isn't even that good at doing it. Yeah, Andreas, like, absolutely, like, it is. It's about having different informed different disciplines involved, and they all bring their domain knowledge. Like, so often you see you see a lot of research from technologists who are like, and you see it now, like, this is the biggest problem, you now see it in big corporations going, we have technology that's going to solve this problem, and then it's like, nah, it did not solve the problem in any meaningful way. Oh wait, is this? One of them is a trick. I'm pretty sure this isn't the trick, but right. The other one is a trick. That, and yes, also to Andreas's last point there, absolutely, when it comes to using it, there's a lot of usable ways of the technology that's mostly unnoticeable. Right. So this is a big point. I make a point of this a lot when I do talks and all this sort of stuff about how shit. So many people decided at some point, fuck off. You know, as I said, isn't it? Hang on, let me start again. I said the interesting thing about so much about AI in the video games industry, and particularly machine learning in the video games industry, is there has been a true, like, genuine fundamental shift in how we make games in the last 15 years. And a lot of that has been powered by AI, and the average punter, and never mind that, most game developers didn't notice. And that is because you were able to use AI technology in a way that was unnoticeable. Right? Like, so many applications have emerged in machine learning and everything else where it's like, hey, we're using this now to support us in our game development processes. Nobody batted an eyelid, and the average player has no fucking clue that we do it. And then I think rightfully, a lot of the anger around generative AI has been pushed very much coming from the stance of, oh, you've done this. You're now approaching noticeable aspects of production in a way that even the people who work in production generally aren't satisfied with it. I think also, it wasn't a problem to start with. Concept art wasn't a problem. 3D art wasn't a problem. And then when people ask me, like, oh, what should we be investing AI in? And I'm like, get an AI that figures out how to do fucking UV mapping. Because I've never heard an environment artist tell me how much they love doing UVs. You know? I mean, by that same token, you look at how we've had, you look at stuff like motion matching, which is basically machine learning for animation. And it's like, hey, maybe this is a good idea. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to press load, save there, not load. Motion matching has been amazing because it was like, hey, here's a known problem. Animation blends are a pain in the fucking ass, and they're really difficult to do with increasingly complex animation sets, and also with objects that have a huge amount of motion in them. How can we address this? And it's like, hey, maybe we start training machine learning models to figure out how to blend all the animations together. And now that is a standard in the Unreal Engine. Motion matching is now just a tool in UE5. And it doesn't quite use the same level of I think it actually still uses unsupervised learning. It uses a form of clustering, whereas the original version that was in Hitman Absolution uses, that used reinforcement learning. But it speaks to this whole, hey, look, here's a known problem, let's experiment with a potential solution to it. And then that solution became standardized. Like the guys that worked on it at Hitman went and worked at Ubisoft, and they put it in For Honor. And, it just helped permeate this concept. So, but you talk to people and they go, I didn't even know that's a thing. Or like, hey, we use AI for matchmaking in multiplayer shooters. We use AI for toxicity detection in online shooters. All these little aspects of game development that people don't think about, particularly players, because they don't see them, unless they're, sweaty Call of Duty players who are complaining about skill-based matchmaking. Fuck you. And it's great to see, like, we have that, like, and it's important that these things are talked about and communicated, and it's so much about the work I'm trying to do here is it's like, yo, people need to be aware of this shit so that, again, we're informed and we're angry. So Leon, it's pre-built animations. So the animators go away and pre-build all the animations. It's, funnily enough, like 2 games tried to do it around the same time. So you had Doom, the modern Doom reboot, uses a state machine driven AI animation blending system. Whereas Hitman used reinforcement learning to train a policy that figured out optimal blend points based on current context. Dave, hope you're good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Indeed, yes. Our conference was ran at the same time as Ada. I would have loved to have actually made it over to Ada myself. It's been a hot minute since I've made it over. Actually, I was quite excited for the prospect of going over this year, but horribly timed, not just our own conference, but then I had work commitments right after it. Otherwise, I would have actually really have liked to make it over. Yes, we are currently, I think this might be an ongoing challenge for us, because right now we are kind of committed to keeping it in the fall into early winter. Not committed exactly to November date, but certainly committed to keeping it around that time of year to avoid it clashing with other industry related events. We like to keep it at least a good couple of months away from what do you call it, Gamescom. Right. No, I don't want that. Thank you. Let's go this way, because there's a whole bunch of stuff back here that we didn't deal with. Alright, you wee shits. Everyone wants the fall slot. Like, when's a good time for a conference? Apparently, never. Because there's always another conference like a week away. Spring is actually, I was going to say, nah, spring's not too bad. It's mid to late summer in Europe is a nightmare. Look at, hit him. Right, come on, come on. Because we have like a couple of smaller events that run in around Europe, and then you've got things like Develop in the UK in July, and then I'm immediately off to Gamescom a couple of weeks later, and between Christmas and New Year, that's probably the only time of year that's actually worse for running an event. And even like in the build up to Christmas is a terrible time. I still remember I went to a Dagstuhl seminar like the week before Christmas or something, which seemed like a great idea, and then in practice I was like, I was like rushing around afterwards in the build-up. Right, come here. I am invincible. You're getting a chainsaw in the scrotum. Good old pain stun animation. Yep, that's right. Don't forget, certain weapons have different pain stun effects on certain monsters. We'll probably talk about that in the source code deep dive when we release that later, and when we release that next year. But we did mention it briefly in the episode on the AI of Doom, and also that they were going to, if I remember right, I think we bring this up in episode 30. At one point, the intention was to put the pain stun behavior from the original Doom into the Doom 2016, and then they took it out. So that if you shot a Cacodemon with a minigun in the 2016 reboot, it would also have the same stun, the stun lock effect happen to it. Oh no, this is a dead end now. I need to go back the other way. But it's fine, we got the blue key. Hello. Rodster, I had no clue games use AI for matchmaking. Probably the one that received the most heat in recent memory, which I actually want to go and maybe do something about it, was Marvel Rivals. I actually had a system which is trying to judge trying to make sure you have a good time, and deliberately like trying to stack it against you to encourage, trying to stack it in such a way that if you've had a bad run, it tries to make sure you then had a good game, even if it actually messes with the balance of the team composition, just so that you maybe have a good time. But actually, there's another episode that's been sitting on the to-do list for a very long time. The very first game that did it was Halo 2, and the true skill matchmaking algorithm, which is based on, it's a Bayesian learning algorithm, that was used in that was a prototype that was rolled out in Halo 2, which was the prototype for what eventually became the entire Xbox Network's matchmaking system. You can override it in specific titles, but yeah, So they prototyped it in Halo 2, it went down quite well, they then rolled it out across all of Xbox with the Xbox Live rollout in the kind of, particularly going into the Xbox 360 era. Yellow key, right. Oh Jesus, I am quite lost. Oh, yellow key, there we go. Yellow door, that way. Right there. ...2026 Game AI prediction video when? Well, we've got the... I was going to say the predictions of AI in the games industry, I think, will probably be the first issue of the newsletter this year, or next year. I don't know, we've got the Game AI Existential Crisis turning into a video series probably in the spring, once I finish writing the essays and putting them on the website. So... What game was it as part of their matchmaking made sure you were matched with players spending more money than you? I've heard of that, but I couldn't tell you if that was actually a thing and who did it. I remember reading about that at some point. Red key. All right. Back the way I came. This map always confuses me. Yeah, back through the corridor, down to the right. Right, how are we doing for time? We're just over the 2-hour mark. We're still in episode 2, but I'm pretty sure we're near the end now. Tower of Babel, there we go. We're knocking them out roughly just under a... Ah, bollocks, I didn't mean to do that. All right. Let's get rid of these guys. Nah, that'll do health-wise. Quick save. Where the fuck is he? I'm not even hearing him march. Oh, there we go. I can hear him now. There he is. None of that. I am busy fighting a cyber demon. Are you dead yet? Right. Did I scoop up? I did. Oh no. Where are you? Ooh. Yummy. Do, 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 do. It's LB, yeah, LB definitely would know a thing or two. Peer grouping, like also just like the way that they've deliberately like force you into like fake bot matches and all this sort of stuff when you matchmake as well. Just like all these little secrets that you put into things like this. Right. Let's go. Inferno. Do 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 do. Bam bam bam. We're not ripping off Pantera, honest. Come on, come on, come on. Why won't you die? Ah, I'm coming back for you in a minute. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Pain in the ass. That's it. Hopefully the Cacodemon helps. Or the imp, rather. Thanks, buddy. Oh, hang on. No! There's nothing here. I can never... I always think there's something else hidden there, and there isn't. Save myself a few bullets if I can. Yeah! Get some. Oops. Okay, here we go. This is always the bad one. Yep, the Slough of Despair. Oh, this is always the worst level. Kill these guys first, get the shotgun ammo off of them. Oh yeah, I also need to get the shotgun. No, sorry, not the shotgun, the chainsaw as soon as I can. Because it helps me take out the... Lost Souls. This is one of those levels where I just run around a lot. Piss off. All right, good start. Oh, thank you for the ammunition and the armor. Right. Ah, bugger. Where am I going? Top left, isn't it? No, hello. Let them fight it out. I'll have whatever's left. Thank you. Saves a round. No, bugger. There we go. Get off me. Right. Oh. Beat it. I don't want to go in there, do I? No, I fucking don't. Let them funnel in. Get off me! Sorry, I'm not very chatty in this level. This is always a nightmare, this one. All right. Not sure if you noticed the same phenomenon this year, but I turned off YouTube comments for my fall class lectures because people were just overwhelmingly negative for some reason. They just wanted more free content and complained about not getting enough for free. Lol. It was like 20 plus comments per video complaining about not having assignment files, etc. It had never been close to that before with previous courses. I mean, I can't speak to that. I mean, maybe Andreas can, because I'm out of academia and have been now for a few years. But certainly, I've noticed there is a. God, this is getting bad ammo-wise. That's it. You focus your time over there. I'm quite happy with that. You keep yourself busy. No! Oh, Jings, I think one of the Lost Souls just killed him. But certainly there is. I've heard a lot of colleagues talking about shifts in habits and mentality of students in recent years. I think a byproduct perhaps of the recent issues they've had dealing, particularly around COVID and everything else. think there's also a greater sense of a more transactional push towards learning as well. That I see a lot of students who are now just want to learn enough to pass, sort of thing. And feel kind of burnt out and everything all the time. Or at least certainly that's the sentiment I've observed. I got nothing here. Ow, shit. Oh, thank you, Imp. No, Pinky. Oh, piss off. Have I got anything here I haven't picked up? Running out of everything. That'll do. Come fucking here. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, where was it? It was the other finger, wasn't it? Oh. I hate that map. Fuck off. Okay. We should be able to salvage it back here. There we go, turn the music up for this one. Get off. Right, I got nothing. I got harsh language. That's better. Better than a punch in the face. Beat it. Really need a chainsaw. That's what I'm missing in my life, is a good chainsaw. There we go. Better. Beat it. You're harshing my vibe. There we go. Yep, let's get out of here. No, I don't think you're supposed to like the Slough of Despair, if I'm honest. Ah! Son of a bitch. Right, there's another Baron coming up as well. I was going to say, it's right around here, isn't it? Ah, God, tell me, come on. You're better than that. Oh, Jesus. Maybe go back. Let's go back the other way for a bit. Oh, bugger. Get him away. There we go. I knew there was more shotgun rounds lying around somewhere. Bullets. Ah, yep, another Baron. Is that the same one? Ah. Right, stop running, stop running. This is, you're getting yourself hurt because you're running into things. There we go, making a lot of silly mistakes here. Relax. Ah. So anyone got any exciting plans for the new year? We are keeping it quite low-key here. We're not going out or... Well, actually, we're not even going around to a party or anything. Like, quite often we'd go to a New Year's party or something, but... I have family passing through town on New Year's Day because they're away on vacation just now, so they're coming to visit us on New Year's Day itself. But by and large, we are taking it easy and just keeping it chill. My partner and I have very much embraced let's have a chill Christmas, and I am all for it because last year we had a great time. We saw a lot of family, but we also traveled around Scotland a lot, and the knock-on effect of that was we were so tired afterwards. It's sort of, you were like, oh yeah, that was a fun trip, but also I now need a break up vacation from our trip. So this year we were like, no, we're not doing that this year. If some family are coming to us, but by and large we are just going to lay low and recharge the old batteries. Much easier. Dave, home with family for us, sort of a tradition. We Zoom family from around the world, do the count. I'm assuming that means on Zoom. You're not like zooming them around, like, you know, paying for their flights or whatever else. God, I'm old. Nope. A bit too close to be. Okay, I think we've got big music festival for Leon. That sounds good. Like, it's funny because like, there's all the big stuff that happens in London, and I'm just like, you know, oh, bloody hell. And it's that we have friends that live in, I live just outside London, I guess, technically in a suburb. But yeah, we're never like, oh yeah, let's go into London and do the big London thing. We're like, nah. But London around that time of year is just chaos. So I still don't have a chainsaw, which means this whole thing here is a bit of a bad idea. So let's just not do it. Bastard. Ah, come on, Tommy. You are better than this. I always forget how these work. I'm pretty sure if I go in them, I'm just doomed. Because it can't kill me. Yeah, I think I hit the wrong switch earlier, so never mind. Let's come back out. No big plan for New Year's Eve. Nice dinner, then up a hill overlooking Vienna to see if fireworks are truly dead. Now it's banned. Are the fireworks banned? Or like just kind of regular punters getting fireworks rather than like official... like the official firework display sort of thing. Is that what's the sitch there with that? Oh, so much fresh ammunition. Just regular folks is still the official one, but that's the city centre, and yeah, I can imagine in the centre of that, yeah. Right, yep, exactly, gotcha. Dave asks before he goes, what do you wish game AI profs teach their students in 2026? I don't know if I have a wish, per se, because there's a lot of things you can cover, right? I think I always think a useful one to talk about is just knowing the right tool for the job. And if you're looking at a particular problem, what are the different ways you could approach the same problem? And what techniques can you employ for that? And then also, what points do you fudge it and fake it? I think there's always something interesting about the intentionality of design combined with how you then have a mixture of different game AI systems to facilitate that alongside usually a bit of smoke and mirrors. And it's like, I always think that's an interesting thing to understand, of like, the things that the game AI system is not doing is a deliberate design decision. And how does all that come together in a way that the player finds engaging? I don't know, that's always something I find I always used to try and squeeze in when I taught game AI, was like, I can teach you all the technical stuff all day long, but it's often useful. It's why AI in games started, because I was really just trying to find a way to show students, you know, here's what we do in academic world, and then here's the stuff that makes it into a commercial game that, you know, why didn't they take the more complex route? Well, actually, they fudged it by doing it like this, and that actually achieved the same desired effect, but it was less computationally expensive, for example. So I always find that discussion of intentionality of design surrounded by concessions made in concessions made on a technical level, and why that's, I always find that quite interesting. I mean, yeah, like LB kind of says, why is this here and why does it work like this? Like so much of my own grad school journey was because I was looking at some commercial games and going, why did they do it like that? Surely you can get a more, I don't know, I was thinking either a better solution on a technical level if you did it this other way, and then you're like, actually, no, there's a reason why they did it like that. And it's learning those things that's the interesting part of it all, I think. Yeah, I mean, it very much, even like traditional just game programming classes have a lot of that in there. I think it's always one of the more interesting aspects of figuring out when should the tech do the work for you and when should the design elevate that in a way that's it's, you know, you're still achieving that original desired effect, but oh, you're coming out of that hole now, aren't you, you bastards? Oh shit, I am literally down to the BFG. Oh god, this is bad. Ah! Oh, I forgot to save. Yes, have a good New Year, Dave, when it comes, and who knows, might bump into you at some point down the line in the weeks and months to come. You take care of yourself. Ah, get the fuck off of me! The demon, not Dave, obviously. Yeah, it's bad when I've only, like, I somehow don't have a plasma rifle. Man, supplies are running low. What's happening over here? I left these guys to fight it out for a bit. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Much better. That's thinned the herd a little bit. I forget. Is there a... No, there isn't a secret door in here. Right. Greeting. Ah, hello to 3DFX Legacy from Spain. Great to have you. Doom is indeed eternal. Even more so than Doom Eternal. Oh, hang on. Did I... Oh, I didn't trigger... that one. There we go. Let them fight it out for a minute. Get away. Ah, lovely jubbly. Look at... Oh, right, okay. Plenty of spare ammo. Make a mental note of that for later. When we're struggling and we're running out of ammo again. Nope. Need to open the door first before I can kill it. How dare you? Ah! Hands getting a bit sore. Speaking of Doom Eternal, I noticed Dark Ages absent from Game of the Year list. It did not make it into my Game of the Year list. I will spoil the top half of my Game of the Year. It did not make it in. I enjoyed Doom the Dark Ages enough, but I thought it was... I've got a video that I want to do, because I remember how I don't know if you might recall, I've done design dive episodes on Doom and Doom Eternal, 2016 Doom that is. I'm tempted to do one that wraps the whole thing up, and it's like, what does Dark Ages do that's different from the other two? I enjoyed Dark Ages as I played it, but I found so much of it... What they did was they stripped the mobility down that you had. Like Doom Eternal, you have like a tremendous amount of mobility, and they took all that out. And in this one, they make you very grounded, because the whole thing is now you've got the shield, and so it relies on, like, the game becomes much more of a game about parrying and like learning very specific attack patterns that it's almost kind of like there's some enemies that are straight up bullet hell bosses because they fire projectiles at you, and it's all about knowing which projectiles to avoid and which ones to parry. And I was like, okay, I kind of liked it, but it didn't capture me as well as the last two did. And even though I had my grievances with Doom Eternal, I still thought Eternal was a better game than Doom the Dark Ages. It was... I'm trying to think if it was even the best shooter I played this year. Maybe. It's not even... But that's the thing, right? You know, Doom the Rhythm... It's not even a rhythm game. It's this weird... you spend a huge amount of the game learning when to parry and when not to, and like when to use the shield, and there is something on a design level that was missing, that it didn't all click together in a way that felt really conducive and satisfying. And I haven't quite been able to put my finger on what it is. Like, it works well enough, but not to a point that I was really hooked by it. Like, it's interesting how they ground it in a way that I was going to say, I know there's a Baron here somewhere. No. Like they really ground you so that you spend a lot more time blocking and throwing the shield. Like, I kind of joke about it being sort of like, hey, what if Captain America and the Punisher had a baby? Only that was something that Marvel actually kind of did. But it's this kind of interesting mishmash. And also, actually, one of the other big things, the guns aren't that good in it. I think the gun design isn't that satisfying. There's a handful of, like, you know, classic Doom weapon staples, and I think an awful lot of the guns didn't feel like they had their own identity to the point where you go, ah, right, that's why I use this gun in this context. Like, you see me, even in this, I'm constantly flipping through guns because I'm like, right, this is a good machine gun. Actually, I think that's something that all the modern Doom games have struggled with, is giving each of the guns a sense of their own identity to the point that you always understand when to use one over the other. And I think Eternal almost got it down. But yeah, genuinely, I think one of the biggest gripes with the Dark Ages was the guns themselves. A lot of them aren't very satisfying. And that did irk me. But certainly yeah, Doom is inherently you are the aggressor. Making it a reactive combat system is tricky because particularly there are whole sequences against certain bosses you will be parrying 2, 3, 4 times until it creates an opening, and then you attack them. And I'm like, and sometimes it's great because you end up, like, there's certain things you can do, like you can upgrade your abilities. So like, oh hey, when you parry with a shield, now you cause a lightning storm around you and it electrocutes every monster in proximity. Well, that's neat, you know. And then there's other ones where it's like, all right, well now you do this. And some of them, I think this is a big part of those modern Doom games, is that there's I find that they are very bad at, I mean that was my entire Doom Eternal video was about how that Doom Eternal funnels you into a playstyle whether you like it or not. And I think the Doom the Dark Ages funnels you into a handful of playstyles that I outside of one or two of them, I didn't think were particularly interesting. That said, I still enjoyed it quite a bit. I had a good laugh all the way through it. I would have much rather, I was going to say I would have much rather played another in that series, but I haven't played the DLC for Doom Eternal yet. Was it the Gods, something Gods, New Gods? I haven't played that, so I need to go and play that at some point. I think also, like, the story wasn't that interesting to me because it's a prequel. So it's between Doom 64 and Doom 2016, and it's sort of like, hey, this is what the Doom guy was up to during the Great War. And actually how a lot of the war really kicked off between, like, the Argent Danur and the armies of hell, right? And so it even does this thing of, like, they introduce a big bad who are like, he's the villain of the piece, and it's like he's the guy, and you're like, whatever, like, this guy's gonna die, like, it doesn't matter. And he does, he gets, you know, spoiler alert, the Doom guy kills a guy. But it kind of sets it all up in this way that's meant to make you think, oh, you know, this is gonna be you know, they try to build stakes in it narratively, and I'm like, this is Doom. Like, everything will just die under my fists. So how can I have stakes to the storyline? You know, it was kind of weird in that way that they made that attempt. That said, I did like the Doom guy, Doomslayer in a cape. Doomslayer in a cape kind of rocks. I like that. Yeah. There's a guy, we're going to kill him. I'm like, that's pretty much it. It was, and you know, I think, like, the previous games in this Doom reboot have attempted the same thing of, we are building a story around it and the Doom guy doesn't give a shit about the story. And this time I thought they tried a little too hard because they introduce all these aspects of, like, the Argent Danur and I mean, I actually, yeah, I was going to say, Leon, I have the deluxe edition of the Dark Ages just because I wanted the statue. It's on the wall behind me. And it's like, I think they're like, oh, they had, like, all these different characters, and, like, it seems as if they're trying to build as if, hey, we might do a sequel to this. We might do a Doom the Dark Ages 2, Darker Ages, where we lean even more into this phase of the history of the Doomslayer, and I'm like, okay. But at the same time, like, if, you know, I just need you to give me guys to kill, you know? I don't need anything else. Oh, bollocks. Like, I kind of like that there's a whole aspect of the story which is they treat the Doomslayer as a weapon of mass destruction. So it is like everything's going to shit and there's a big fight at the start of the game and they just go deploying and they just drop him in. It's like an orbital shock drop and he just comes in and starts fucking everything up. And you're like, yeah, because he's being held hostage essentially by the way that they have, you know, it's kind of hinted at in Doom Eternal that, like, he was given the powers of a god, and then kind of begrudgingly so almost. Oh, bloody hell. No, let's not stick around for this. We are still at a bit of a bullet deficit here. Oh god, this is going to be bad. Did I pick up? I didn't actually grab that fucking ammunition after all that. That was stupid of me. Oh! Okay, maybe stop trying to go in the teleporter until we thin the herd a little bit. Also, actually, yes, critical point, regards, because you talked about the musical foundation of it. Soundtrack is not good. I don't say that to speak ill of the artists that did it. They got in a new team of musicians to make the soundtrack to this one, but it felt so much like someone had told them, "Ah, hey, you ever thought about down-tuned 8-string guitars and playing really heavy riffs?" And then they just cranked the bass up too much. It's kind of funny, like, because I remember when Mick Gordon came in and did the 2016 reboot soundtrack, one of the things, if you ever watch his GDC talk on it, it is an amazing kind of breakdown of like how he went about trying to build that soundtrack. But equally, the big conversation around it was how id Software told him, we don't want a heavy metal soundtrack. We want it to be its own thing. And he went away and like completely changed the process of how he was making the music, and it's all this kind of distorted oscillators and kind of waveforms and electronica. And then eventually it was like, all right, you know what this is missing? A fucking guitar riff. And that's when the heavy metal came into it. And you see the soundtrack to Doom the Dark Ages, which is, let's just put big drums on heavy guitar riffs. And it's like, it felt like such an interesting step backwards musically after they were adamant on trying to do this, and then, oh bollocks, yeah, we're not going in there. Right, hang on, this is the bit I always get lost. Right, let's try this way. Nope. Let's try this way. Nope. Let's try this way. Oh god, that's the only way I can go, isn't it? No, I thought it was in there. Ah, this is bad, I shouldn't have done that. Right. God, I could really do with a chainsaw right about now. How have I still not got a chainsaw? Ah, it only opens from that side. Ah, I'm running out of everything. I don't have the health to survive going through there. That's right, I am just going to punch this guy to death. Excuse me? Nope. Fuck! Oh, fuck off you. Bollocks. Bollocks. Ugh. Oh, fucking hell. Give me fucking peace. Back to punching. Right, come round here. Get my fucking way. How am I constantly running out of ammo? Okay, this is... Yes, I would agree that out of the soundtracks of those Doom games, like Eternal has the best soundtrack, and I think again it's because they were figuring out how do you make that music fit better in gameplay, which is something the 2016 game doesn't quite do. Like, it's funny, there was I saw an interview with Mick Gordon talking about it, and he said how, like, you know, at one point they tried making the soundtrack in Doom Eternal faster, and it didn't work because it felt like it was just noise. And actually that's one of the problems I think with the Dark Ages soundtrack, is it's just noise. It doesn't really fit with the rest of the game to a point that it feels conducive to the experience. And whereas Eternal, as Mick Gordon said in his interview, they actually slowed the music down, and you'll notice how there's a lot of riffs, like things like Meat Hook and stuff like that, that are noticeably groove metal, because they were like, hey, actually making this groovier. Like, you listen to tracks like Meat Hook, The Only Thing They Fear Is You. Like, those are songs where or tracks where it's like the music is deliberately slower, and because it gives you something to hang on to a little bit more. There we go, there's another one. Oh, fuck. Oh, hello. Gonna punch everything in the face. Not an effective use of the invincibility, I'll concede, but whatever. Desired effect achieved. We have ripped and torn. Right, one of these is still not open. Hey guys! Ugh. What is in Dark Ages works for the gameplay. I could time my action. I couldn't. I found the music was just so monotonous, it fell into the background to the point I often didn't notice it, even though I tend to play all the Doom games with the soundtrack louder than the rest of the game. Son of a bitch. Ow, ow, ow. I was like, it was kind of a nothing burger. It had moments in it where you're like, oh yeah, that's a good riff. But then, like, when I was in the heat of combat, didn't really notice it. Oh, do you want to stand on the teleporter and then I could blow you up? Telefrag it. That would have been great. Alright, everybody's dead. Son of a... Oh, I'm back at the start. I went the wrong way. Shotgun shells! Where have you been all my life? Have a good one, Elby. Thanks for popping by. Have a good new year when it comes. I was going to say if and when it comes, but no, it will happen. That's how time works. Right, I've exhausted. Oh, there's the room over here. No, we've exhausted that area. Yeah, there's the big room over here, which now I have a bit of ammo, I can probably tackle it. If we haven't already largely emptied this space, which is good. A single solitary rocket. Rocket launcher! Oh, there we go, ammunition, thank you so much. God, we needed that. Blue key. Ah, minigun. I wonder if I can get... Here we go. Then there's a wee teleporter over there. Right, I got the blue key now, which is that way. No, come on. Oh, come on. Getting myself needlessly hurt here. Actually, I'm gonna come back out because there's a better way to do that. Quick save, right. So what you do is you immediately... There is a way to do it. Ah, but, oh no, that... never mind. It's fine. I was going to say, like, is there a way for me to do that, go in and come... I forget. The answer is no. Mount Erebus. Let's go. Right, now this is a great level where you just pissing off all the demons. And let them fight it out for a bit. Shame they don't suffer lava damage, huh? Yep, let them fight it out for a bit. Beat it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Stupid. I should have stopped that from happening. Whoop. Bloody hell. Ah. They're coming at— oh, Jesus, they're coming at me from all angles. Run away. Run away. Come back for the invincibility in a little bit. Oh, there's a different one. I'll have that instead. Oh, bloody hell. They're tenacious. It's alright, we got loads of shotgun shells ready to go in their face. Come on. There we go. I forget. Is there a... there is. There we go. Chainsaw? Oh, crap. No! Now you get out of the chainsaw. Convert to bullets briefly. There we go. Oh, my hand's cramping up real bad. Excuse me, fellas. Blue key, you say? Let them fight. What's the way out of here again? Oh, yep, I should probably save, thank you. Yep. Yeah, actually, now it's safe enough to save, whereas before I didn't feel comfortable with the saving. Right, you know what? It's off. How do I get out of here again? There we go. Obvious. Press the switch. Oi. None of that. Oh god, not again. Right, let's go. Making progress. I was going to say the entrance is in the back. Oh, good. That killed both of them in one hit. Yeah! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And run! Don't know if it's time for the invincibility yet. Ah, it's never mind, I finished the level. Oh crap. Oh, we have a chainsaw now. Yes. Only been waiting all episode for that. I heard that. Venice. Get some extra health from over there. Oh. Nope, that's that door open to my left. Blue key. Right, we're nearly there actually. If this is limbo, so I think this is the penultimate level of episode 3, which means we're a little bit behind schedule now. It's taken us 3.5 hours. I can only stream for just over 4, but it should mean that we complete the main Doom run, and then I can play a little bit of episode 4. Out of bullets again. Yeah, let's save the plasma rifle and use shotgun shells for now. Yep. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Cramped up. Ugh. Oh, armor. Thank you. Lovely. Oh, this is the bit. Nope. I was like, which one is that? I'm pretty sure it isn't the one I need. I need to go all the way over here next, I think, to get to... Yeah, the blue doors. Alright, yep, and that's a red door. Okay, note to self, come back to that later. Alright, this room's a pain in the ass. There's the 2 cacodemons up here. Right. Yeah. Much easier. And then this is the maze bit, which I hate. Maybe could have done that better. Let's try that again. I think the trick is to lure that one out. I was going to say, because I'm thinking, hang on, I have distinct memories of having cacodemons emerge from that hole, just like that. There we go. That means I can just go in and immediately run here. Now the actual direction I want to go is the opposite direction, but there's always a bunch of resources in this maze segment that are worth picking up. There's like ammo and stuff scattered about. If you know where to go, which obviously I do not. Oh, that's the exit. But I need the red key first. That brings me back to the teleporter again, doesn't it? Okay, yep. Yeah, I think we've covered everything I needed to cover in this area. Right, let's go hit that teleporter and get back. Yoink! Right, we have a red key. Yep. That's one red key. Then the next one is through here. Oh, that one needs the yellow key, so it's not. I'm not ready for that just yet. That one also needs the yellow key. Okay, this away. Oh, don't go in the teleporter. You annoying monster. Alright. Ah, I forgot to hit the damn switch. Nope, there's a way to do this. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Super strafing. This way. It should have hit all the switches that I missed. Oh no, I hit all the... Yep. Yoink! There we go. Now I can go back to that original one, to the far end. Is it this one? No, it was the other one. Yeah. It's this one. What switch have I not hit? Oh, I didn't open that one. Son of a... This is when it gets annoying because you end up just hemorrhaging a lot of health just running around trying to hit feckin' switches. You know what? Let's go back here. Steal one of these. It's in this one, isn't it? Yeah, that was the one I hadn't hit. Now I double back and hit this one. And we should be good. That should be the end of the level. There we go. Limbo, done. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, hey, actually, I didn't notice it because my Steam, my notifications doesn't bring it up. Thanks to Lion of Perth, who is resubscribed now for 36 months over on Twitch. Very awesome of you. 3 years running. We've got a bunch of streams to finish. God, I was really hoping I'd finished Alien Dark Descent by the end of the year, but here we are. We've got that to finish, and we're still playing Silent Hill F as well, which is great. But in the meantime, I gotta finish Doom. Someone's about to get a whole bunch of bullets in their ass. Scoop up all the ammo. Easy! Alright, we finished the original Doom in just about 3 hours and 30. Slightly less than that. I've been recording the stream for 3 hours and 30 for the AI and Games Plus archive. Yeah, nicely done. So we still got about half an hour, and then eventually I will have to go and do real world things. But critically, the original Doom, episodes 1 to 3, finished on Ultraviolence. The Doom run has, on its vanilla level, been successful. I always forget there's a whole story about him being obsessed with his, how he's got a pet rabbit. No! The end. As if that was the end. And that's why that's the end of the actual Doom run, you have to do the 3 main episodes, because that's the original end of the game. But we'll try and persevere and see how much further we can get We'll try and do a little bit of Thy Flesh Consumed, and then I'll call it, I believe, for an evening. Because I've got dinner to have with my partner. And I've just noticed my friends are playing Escape from Tarkov. Well, okay then. Alright. So, this episode is always a pain in the ass. Trying to get started in episode 4 is always really difficult. I made the first mistake right there. You don't shoot them up there, you let them come down, because then it's free ammunition for later. Fucking hell. Thanks for joining us, Leon. Have a good one. And yeah, we'll see you no doubt in the new year. Plenty to be getting on with. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and enjoy the rest of your day. It'll be getting late where you are. So yeah, have a good one. This first mission is always a nasty one. There we go. Let them fight it out for a minute, maybe. Oh, shit. Whoa. Right, next to no health. Oh! Yep, there we go. Yeah. What's up, guys? I lost too much health at the start in the... It's all about just getting the balance right for this opening segment. Hey Aji, welcome. We've completed the actual Doom run, but we are now on episode 4, having a little bonus, as it were. I don't think I'll get to do all of episode 4 this time around. So it's interesting to know I figured out that I can beat Doom in Ultraviolence, the first 3 episodes, in about 3.5 hours. Which is a good barometer if we are going to try and do a longer marathon at some point. I need to be able to sit and start estimating how long it takes me to beat certain Doom games. Because particularly we've had the suggestion of like, oh, why don't you do like a 12-hour or a 24-hour thing or something? And I'm like, right, so how many Dooms can I actually beat in that? Oh, fucking hell. That's a you know, good thing to figure out. Shit. Oh, Jesus. What happened there? No. Hide here for a minute. Ah! No, we need to do better. Better! Right, give me that ammo. Hello! And then hide. Apologies, heard a bang. Wanted to double check my partner was okay. Hello. Alright, that is a better start than most of the other starts we've had. Anything to save a few bullets. How do I get into that rocket launcher? I forget how you do it. Oh, you just have to... Fine, that'll do. Piss off. How is it every time I replay, I forget that rocket launcher's there? Yeah, every time we do this playthrough, I struggle with this first map on this episode because it is an absolute nightmare. How much Doom can we fit in a stream? I think smarter men than I, smarter women than I as well, have strived to figure out the answer to these big, all-consuming questions of the universe. Oh, I must have killed that one with a rocket launcher. Okay, this is going much better. Oh, crap. Well, that was going better in theory, but then it all went a bit downhill. Ah, son of a... Fucking... Right. Okay. Progress. Yeah, bugger. No! No! I'm getting shot at from somewhere. Jeez, I have no health left after that. That was abysmal. I thought I grabbed... Oh, no, it wasn't the blue key. It was the red key. Urgh. There is an invisible wall there somewhere where they're hitting me through it, and it's so annoying because you get damaged and you can't tell why. Nope, go the fuck away. I was gonna say, I need to run. No! Shit. Ah. Idiot. I do not have the space to fire a rocket launcher in here. Jesus. I think I actually need to start it again. I think I need to go back and like oh. What the hell? I have a save file from 2024. Oh wow, that's amazing. That was amazing. Just like random. Okay, let's take a different approach. It's not all of them. That was all of them. Never mind. Son of a... Alright, okay. Not bad. Not the best start, but not the worst start. So then we... Right. Progress. Okay. Oh, where did you come from? I knew there was one behind that wall, but he followed me in. Right, this is where it keeps going wrong. Where am I getting shot from now? Nope. More progress. Aggressive quick saving here. This is the way forward. There you are. Quick save. Right. Okay, I think we've actually made a good bit of damage there. Now let's get back out. Thank you for all the free bullets. Okay, going much better this time. I was going to say I'm missing one. Ooh. Okay, this is where it all goes very bad and I need to run. Oh, that was rough. Just neck like no, that was nasty. Oh god, and this level's just as bad. Alright. Now we're getting serious. The gum's coming out. Trick to this level. At the start, do not fire. Let all the enemies do the work for you. Right, I'm waiting on the one. There should be a Caco demon below me that's going to come up. Shit. Whew. Progress. There you are. Did we have any interesting announcements? There was no, or announcements or conversation. There was no announcements. We're just getting on with stuff today. I don't think we have anything to announce just yet on all things AI and games related. I made a mistake here. There was lots of chat, and we were talking a lot about apathy towards, or like kind of a lack of enthusiasm for a lot of more recently released games, and what games we have enjoyed in the last year or so. Talking a little bit about frustrations with generative AI, which, you know, evergreen topic, let's be honest. Shit. Damn it. Death is coming, apparently, according to, I mean, you know, the ever passing of time, I guess. Right, there we go. Need to do better with this opening segment and retaining my health. Oh. That's better. Much better. Lie the fuck down. Right, remind me. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So I want to piss off all the monsters around here as much as we can. Evening, Kane. How you doing? If you're late to the party, it is the annual Doom stream. We have finished the main Doom, so we have completed the challenge, which is finish Doom on Ultraviolence. So I always consider Thy Flesh Consumed to be a bonus, because it wasn't part of the originally released game. So I will be streaming for a little while longer, and then calling it quits for the evening. Ah, damn it, I knew I should have kept more of those. Built a new computer. Ah, nicely done. Oh, shit. Wasting perfectly good health. There we go. You're below me, aren't you? Son of a bitch. Ah, crap. New approach. Ah, bugger, 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 bugger. We need to move in there very quickly. Forgot that's why I want to have that out, because I get to use it now. Goodbye. Alright, gotta be careful because dams. Whoa. I didn't get hit once there. I am actually quite impressed. Harry says, just wanted to say thanks for the videos. I've spent a fair few hours watching them. Ah, we're quite welcome. Always more on the go. We got a whole bunch of stuff lined up already for next year that is keeping me quite busy. A couple of old topics that I've been really meaning to do are finally coming, because they actually just require... One of the big challenges we've had in the last year or so is because my workload has increased quite a bit, like off YouTube, because we've got the newsletter, which is doing really well. We've got the conference, and of course all our actual consultancy work and everything. Just as I saw Lousy saying, "No, that's some expert tactical strafing," and then that one nearly clocked me. F4. It means sometimes that actually having the time to dedicate towards doing a huge amount of researched episodes has been a little tight. Also, one of the other things that's happened in the past year is we've done so many interviews. It changes the way in which I go about making the videos, because now we're actually just interviewing these people themselves and getting the insights from them directly, but there's a bunch of like really old topics or topics I've just wanted to hit, which require a huge amount of research, which I've just never got around to doing, and I think we're finally going to hit some of them this year. Half-finished episodes and all this sort of stuff that it's like, just go and do it, right? Oh, bollocks. Let them fight it out for a bit. Oh, we got a few rockets. This is what the kids call a target-rich environment. I see you, you motherfucker. Get out here. Just aiming down. Ah, I knew that was going to come back to burn me sooner or later. Shit! Ow. That one hurt. You could see it in his wee face. Come on. Knew that was a bad idea. I should have waited it out. 20 rounds. 19. Ah! Perry is currently in the process of making a smart AI system. Ow. I was not too busy reading the comments and not strafing. How's the dual brain going? This reminds me, like one of the episodes I've been meaning to make for a long time is an AI 101 episode on just like how important it is to mix AI methods together. Like the alien is a really good example of that, but it's like it's two distinct systems working together. But I was thinking more in the context of how you like merge different methodologies to solve specific aspects of a larger problem. Oh, jeez. You know that way he was just lining up the shot there? I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Phew. Oh, that was dirty. Okay. Now, here's the bit I can never remember. Where's the teleporter? Because the way to beat this guy is you telefrag him. All right, progress being made. I mean, the pathfinding on any of the enemies isn't very good because none of them technically pathfind. They just move in the general direction of the target. And you'll notice they zigzag. Oh god, I let them get on top of me there. That was too bad. Ow! Like even the imps, what they do is they move into an open area of space and they zigzag in motions, but if they hit terrain, that's when they bounce back. but a lot of them have like such rudimentary pathfinding. Woo-hoo-hoo. I knew. Right. I need to remember. No! I want to kill him. Oh, it's in there. I'm trying to remember how you get to it. Oh no, there it is. Bollocks. Yep, teleporters fell out. Right, let's do it. It's like, I know there's a way to do this and I just can't remember how. Bye-bye. Bye, Felicia. Thank you very much. I was going to say, like, yeah, 100% deaths, because everyone needs to die. Right, move, because being up here is a sitting duck. That was too aggressive a jump out. You just need somewhere to lay low at the start of this match, because if you start this level on very high ground and everything can fucking hit you. Shit now. Tommy, try hitting something. You gotta let them come to you. And also, healthy bit of infighting going on. Just watching that guy skidding down the stairs. Love it. Yeah, get rid of the hits. That's, I mean, notably what I'm trying to do is get out of high ground, because otherwise the hit scan enemies will do a lot of damage. And then you can bob and weave around all the other ones. Ah, there we fucking go. Now we're cooking. Son of a... bastard. Down. Nope. Come on. Lovely. Yum, 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 yum. Ammunition. All right, it's that prop in the roof sometimes that blocks the... your motion. All right, there we go. Quick save. Right, just... they're all preoccupied. Let's take care of this guy. Yummy! Come on. Lovely. Always love how the shotgun is basically a sniper rifle, if you're smart with it. Right, where do I land? I'll let the Cackle Demon come up first. Nobody in the real world looking for me? No. An email from my bank. Who cares? Ow! Come here. I want a word. Does that take me back? It does. Come on, come around the corner. He is confetti. All right. Not my best health-wise, but we can work with this. Hello, health. There we go. Hide in the corner. Let's roll. Shit. I thought I could make that jump. Get out from outside. Ooh. Right, let's go and deal with this big motherfucker. Oh, whoops. Oh. Progress. Downloading Fallout mods and my Twitch is freezing, so I'm going to dip. Well, thanks for joining us, Rodster. Hope you have a great remainder of your day, and a Happy New Year when it comes to you. But yeah, thanks for coming and hanging out with us. It has been a good laugh. Bollocks. Yeah, so this soundtrack you can also download separate from... This is Andrew Holschult's IDKFA album. Which a good chunk of this is in my gym playlist. So really good. And it's quite good in the sense if you go into the settings in the game, you can play the original soundtrack, the FM synth version, or the remix, which I think is quite neat. So the game gives you options, which I quite like. Oh bollocks, that's the end of the level and I just... Hey, but look at all this! How dare you, you motherfucker. Look at all this ammo that has not been touched. Yum 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 yum. Oh yeah. There's ammo up there I never picked up either. So I always default to the IDKFA album because I really like it, but if you want that original Doom sound experience, you can also do that. It's also kind of funny hearing the Doom soundtrack be redone as a heavy metal album when you consider that so much of the original Doom soundtrack is them ripping off like contemporary metal. And then, you know, it's like when you play Inferno at the first, I always think it's like the most obvious one, but it's like playing Inferno, the first map of Inferno, and that first map is basically the soundtrack of that, the music to that level is basically a rip of Mouth for War by Pantera, and it's them, so now they're having to go one step further and like redo it again. Oh, I got an email. What's that? You sold an item on the community market for 3 pence. I was going to say, like, anybody who ever plays on, like, Steam, when you get those cards for your inventory, I couldn't... Does anybody actually keep them? I'm curious. Does anybody who's watching this now, do you keep and curate those lists and get, or whatever? Because I couldn't give a shit about it. I honestly couldn't. Oh, whoops. I always find it funny when it's like, it goes, oh, you've unlocked all these trading cards, and I'm like, I honestly don't care. And then I have to go through this really laborious process of putting them up on the trading market on Steam so I can get rid of them, because my inventory's full of them. Okay, I finished one level of the games I like a lot to get their first badge, but otherwise they just go, right, I've never even done that. Like, I've 100%ed games on Steam, and I'm just like, I don't care about any of this. Like, it just doesn't appeal to me. It's funny, because at one point I used to be a huge achievement buff. I used to be, particularly on Xbox 360, I loved collecting achievements for games. Not to the point where I was deliberately picking, like, easy games to get easy achievements. No, I would actually, like, a lot of the games I was playing, I would look at the achievement list and go, is this attainable, and is this worth my time, and am I going to have fun trying to unlock all these achievements? And if I felt I would go ahead and do it. Like, my Xbox gamer score is like 250,000 or something. I haven't really cared about it now for several years. I think I was really focused on it right up till I got up to about 100,000, and then I stopped caring. But yeah, I have a really long, like, lengthy Xbox achievement list, and I think but that now is actually more of a reflection of just, I play a lot of games on Xbox by default, rather than anything to do with me actively, like, pursuing a lot of achievements anymore. Right, come on, let's go. Oh, oh, oh. You know, the invisibility in this, I find, is a bit of a mixed bag. Because on one hand, so the thing the invisibility does is it fucks with their accuracy. So they have trouble aiming at you more correctly. But the problem is, if, like, I've kind of, like, memorized in my fingers how to strafe around projectiles. Like, you saw me do it earlier. Like, I just know how to, I can't even explain what the pattern is. I just know when I'm in the motion, like, how to strafe around two imps trying to shoot at me. And when I'm invisible, it actually fucks with that process, because now I can't guarantee that my strafe's going to be correct. Which I think is quite funny. It's like I'll strafe and then I'm like, I actually get hit because I'm like, damn it! All right, progress. So many spare rockets to use. Bollocks. Right, this will probably have to be the last one, because I do have... Actually, I should check in with my better half and find out where we are with the events of the day. A little shit. Oh. How'd you get up there? Minimize the angles. Alrighty. All right, hang on. I am going to quickly check with my partner. Right, because we're halfway through the thing. I just want to see whether or not, if I've got time. Okay, we have 30 minutes. We're going to get as far as we can in the next 30 minutes. We're on map 5 of episode 4. There's 8 if you don't include the secret one. So let's not do the secret one and see if we can do the whole thing. Well, that was nicely timed. We got to avoid that projectile. Nope, new ones. Oh, come on, drop, will you? Nope, nope, no, not that. Oh, there we go, of course. Excuse me! Thank you. Have I ever seen Decino's Doom? And I have eventually seen a couple of them because I refused to watch them when I made my own episode on Doom, and because I didn't want it to color my analysis of it. I have since seen a couple of them. Yeah, like they're really good. Like the guy does really good work. But yes, I remember at one point when I was working on my episode on the AI of Doom, I because I'd found it and I'd bookmarked it, but I was like, don't watch this. Like I do this a lot where I actively avoid looking at other people's videos on the same subject that I'm covering until I have finished. So for example, I've been working on I actually have been slowly working on a very long piece about The Sims. And I put it on hold because I got distracted with other things, but I noticed Mark Brown over at Game Maker's Toolkit has done an episode on The Sims, and I refused to watch it. Not because it's not good, because Mark always does great work, but more I am conscious of it colouring my judgment if I watch it. So, yeah. But no, Decino's Doom videos are really good. So I quite often actively avoid watching other people's content about a topic until I have covered it, because I don't want it to colour my, you know, just influence how I go about it myself. And then, funnily enough, I have been accused of, when I've covered topics that other content creators have covered, they went, oh, well, you stole that. I remember I did Spec Ops The Line many years ago. And I had a whole bunch of people in the comments tell me, oh, this is just a rip-off of content creator Reykjavik, who'd done a video essay on Spec Ops The Line. And it was funny because I had some people who were very salty in the comments going, oh, this is a complete rip-off of his video. And I'm like, well, considering that I based it on the book about the game, as well as an interview I did with Oh, jings. Why am I... I'm totally blanking on the gentleman's name. Ah! I feel really bad now. Jorg Reisig. I did an interview with Jorg. Jorg was one of the AI programmers, and I met him, and that was when I ended up deciding to do a video on Spec Ops, because I told him about... We were at an event, and people were coming over to chat to me about all sorts, and I happened to mention, oh, I do the YouTube thing. And I said, would you ever be interested in coming on? And he was like, absolutely. He was my first ever guest, was Jorg Reisig, and was so gracious with his time and was willing to help me put this video together. And so I always found it funny that I did a video entirely based on my own work, and then I got called out for using someone else's work. But equally, it's always, even though I've never done that, it's always been important to me that I then ensure that that doesn't happen. So I always go out the way to not watch other people's work on the same games that I'm covering until I cover it myself. It's such a weird, tiny little thing, but I always think it's really important. Son of a bitch. So I can do this, I can do my work correctly, you know? You know, it's particularly, you know, because a lot of my work is very fact-based. It's very factual. As a result, I never want to any point to be opening myself up to a question of, am I sure that's correct, and how do I know that? And do I know that because someone else did the work? Whereas I like to be able to say in all my videos, oh, I did the research. You know, even now we're kind of talking about how do we expand AI in games, because one of the interesting challenges we've got right now with AI in games as a whole is I'm increasingly getting busy. And so like some of the video production is being offloaded. So now actually Shradda does the first pass edit on all of our videos. And whereas a year ago that wouldn't have been the case. All right, so that's not working. So I need to find a way to lure him out. There we go. But we've even had the conversation of letting somebody else do the first pass on the research, and I'm like, well, no, because for me, it's the research is the most fun part. Like, you know, even if we have more and more video editing going on, and other people involved in the video editing, I still write them all. And it's really important to me that I write all the episodes, because that helps me not just as the voice of AI in games, but critically as someone who's just interested in this shit, have the ability to say I've done the research and I understand the material, you know? Let me out! Ow, ow, ow. Anyway, that was a long way of saying, yes, I have watched those videos, they're very good. I have no freaking health. If one of these guys just breathes on me hard, I'm a goner. Oh. Ah. Alright, let's try that again. There's geometry here that I'm sticking to and it's very annoying. No, wrong gun. I was about to open up with a rocket launcher there. I'm like, no. Whoop. All right, got a bit more health this time. Down, Pooch. There we go. Ooh, that was close. All right, okay. Progress. I was gonna say I shouldn't be getting hit scanned from anywhere. Ah, fucking hell. Saves coming for the win. I say I'm not getting saved, hit scanned, and then proceed to get hit scan shot from somewhere. Bye, Felicia. Yep, there's a shotgun somewhere. Where are you shooting at me from? Just stay in this wee corner. I can't get shot from other directions from here, so that's nice. Bullets. Save. Oh, I need the keys. Right. Am I getting shot for? You know, wee shit, whoever you are. Is he down here? Nope. Ow. Ah, you bastard. Right, I need to move. Use whatever energy I've got left. Oh, phew. Right, move. Quick save, move. No. Ow! As soon as I let that missile go, I was like, no! It was at that moment he knew he fucked up. No, you fucking don't. Sit the fuck down. Ugh. Okay. Now we're going round over there. Oh, this is the wrong side. Yeah, because we'll come out here. There we go. What's everyone playing over the holidays? Has there been a particular game that you're wiring into at the moment? Trying to polish it off, or just play a new game from scratch even during the break? I'm just kind of playing a mishmash of existing stuff. I'm not playing anything new yet, even though I bought a whole bunch of games. Bugger, I didn't mean to do that. I haven't quite got round yet to playing any of the new stuff that I got, you know? Oh crap. I just figured I might as well use some of these rockets while I can. Ow! Bugger. That was stupid of me. Right, let's try that again. Tyrant's Realm. Trying to get inspiration from my own Souls-like. Tyrant's Realm. I don't know if I know that one. Quick look of that. A roguelite action-adventure inspired by classic PS1 visuals. Okay. Nice. Right, where was I? I want to go over there, so I need to be on that side. Very small indie. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that had not come up on my radar at all. So that was a pleasant surprise. Fall! Right, we're not going to accidentally pick up the other item yet. Lie down. Son of a bitch. And then back through here. Any plans to look at the new Europa? I have never played any of that series. It's never been something I've indulged in, I'll be honest. But hey, if there's something interesting to talk about, like, as always, here we go. As always, one of the biggest challenges I have in my work when it comes to reporting on the making of games is whether or not I can find anything about it. I don't think I've ever found anything on Europa Universalis. Oh yeah, this is a bad place to have this fight. Because he can instantly hit. If he hits that back wall behind me, the splash damage just really fucks me up. Kane, trying out your new computer, seeing if gaming on Linux is as easy as everyone is making it sound. I'd be curious to hear how you get on with that. Because yeah, I keep hearing similar things like, oh yeah, gaming on Linux, it's blah blah blah, and I'm like, yeah, I've never been fully convinced to the point that I was willing to, you know, invest in that, you know, outside of using like Steam devices and everything else. Right. You. Oh God. Oh. Yeah, this isn't a good idea. Move! Ah! You need to move somewhere else. Fighting it here does not work. Oh! Come on, you. I don't know if that BFG is even connecting properly. Come on. Oh, it's hitting it. Well, that was a terrible idea, Tommy. Why did we come back? Oh, that was a gamble and a half. I was like, please tell me this last shot is enough to take it out. And the answer was yes. Thank goodness. Hoo-hoo-hoo. And hell followed. This is the penultimate level, I think. I think this is either the second last one. I think this is the second last one. Or is it? I can never remember, but we're very close. We're close to the end. Not happy with the amount of health I've got, but, you know, we make do with what we've got. We're good on the ammo, though. Instant 100 health. Alright, let's polish off some more of the... This looks like a trap. That's because it is! But hey, look at that, we have some free armor. Yum, 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 yum. Come on, then. Nano asks, am I a programmer? Yes. My original background is just a software engineer who then went into grad school and became a doctor in AI, and specifically focusing on AI in games, and have also then worked as a gameplay programmer, an AI programmer, proc gen programmer, and a variety of stuff over the years. So yes, very much. It's one of the things I don't get to program as much these days because I spend a lot, because most of my time consulting means that I don't actually get to be hands-on writing code, which is a shame because it is like one of my favorite things I get to do. I always enjoy just sitting working on code to a problem. And yes, like several of the episodes we've done, I've achieved that by looking at the source code, or like, you know, decompilations, or even just trying to reverse engineer some of the understanding from my own knowledge. But the Dark Souls episode was me sitting reading through several hundred Lua scripts, trying to reverse engineer how Dark Souls works. My proc jam, I forget what my proc jam. Oh no, my proc jam talk was the one about sure footing, wasn't it? When I was very early on in the development of sure footing, and kind of, I think it was a kind of strangely anarchic talk, but admittedly it was so long ago I kind of forget it. I think I must still have it somewhere. I do keep all my talks archived. I think the video is still somewhere online, because I know, you know, Mike records them all. And yeah, it'll be on YouTube somewhere. And also, the other thing I remember about doing that was the first time I met Mark Johnson, and Innes McKendrick, who'd worked on No Man's Sky. Met some really cool people that day, and like, I remember particularly, you know, No Man's Sky we already knew was already going to be this beefy boy of a project, but then meeting Mark and seeing Ultima Ratio Regum and going, what the fuck is this? Like, this is insane. And I say that with all love and respect for Mark. Like, I think that project, and you know, we made an entire episode. There's an episode of AI in Games with Ultima Ratio Regum, because it was something that the viewing audience were like, yo, any chance you could ever cover this project? And I'm like, yeah, I literally know the guy that did it. And I always remember that because Mark was so tickled pink when I told him. I was like, oh yeah, the reason that we're covering it is because the YouTube audience wanted me to cover it. Not just I wanted to do it as out of personal interest, which a lot of my videos are, but I remember us opening up to the community and going, what's a game that's a bit out there you'd love me to cover? And they were like, oh yeah, you are a Yep, we're still up and running, Andreas. I've got another I've got about 10-15 minutes to wrap this up. But I double checked with my partner and they were like, keep going. And I'm like, we're nearly there. What a happy surprise now when I return to reading papers and be up to midnight doing nothing but crying. We'll try to bring some levity to your life. It's not just about the tears. It'll all be all right in the end. And if it's not all right, it's not the end. Why am I doing that? I could just use the rocket launcher on that motherfucker. Ah, never mind, he's dead. All right. Where did that... There we go. Come and get it, motherfuckers! Ooh. Dwarf Fortress has always been on the to-do list, both Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cud. And I've had the pleasure of getting to know some of the devs on both of those projects over the years. I don't know any of them like particularly well, but you know, we know each other. You know, particularly probably the team at Caves of Cud I know better than Dwarf Fortress. We've met a bunch of times over the years, and they're really nice group of people. One day I think we'll do an Artifacts episode on Cud and probably Dwarf Fortress. I feel like if I can't do one without the other. I think they're both very interesting in their own respective ways, and it's kind of funny that I've covered Ultima Ratio Regum, but I've never covered those two games. Bollocks! Get out me fucking way! Ah, bollocks. No. Yes, this is the problem. The pain stagger on the Barons isn't all that, so you can't really stagger it with the plasma cannon as much as you would like. Headshot. Ho ho ho. We do have, actually, I probably said the one thing I haven't talked about, which is happening, is we do have a topic for the 2026 retrospective. So I'm pretty much in the mood now that every year, there we go, this is the last one, onto the cruel. Every year now, we do, we're doing a retrospective, I think, because we did Fear to celebrate 10 years of the YouTube channel. And then I was like, well, shit, if we've done Fear, we need to try and do Alien. And then that just set a tone for where to go forward. And I know that probably our retrospectives will never be as, like, in terms of views or interest, you know, Alien is going to be the big one because it's fucking Alien. No, I'm not fed up of talking about that game, are you? No, I say I'm fed up of talking about that game. I'm not fed up of talking about that game. I don't think there's any point in me revisiting that game. You know, it's... I occasionally get people going, are you going to do another Alien episode? And I'm like, well, why? Like, we've covered the game, but there's lots of... We've already got, like, a candidate episode for a 2026 retrospective on a very big AAA game that's going... Oh, it's easily 20 plus years old now. Because I met some of the devs not that long ago, and I was just like, look, while I'm here, I might as well ask, you know, would you ever be interested in a sit down? And they were like, fuck yes. So, all right then. So that was very exciting. That's one of the strangest things that's happened in the last couple of years, is now AI in games, if we turn around and go, hey, do you want to do can we interview you as like a retrospective episode on the game that you worked on? More and more times now, the studio actually, like, the devs say, oh yeah. And I think part of that is also because we're often dealing with games that are now quite old and are kind of in the rearview mirror in many respects. so studios don't think it's as serious a deal. But also, like, for example, the Fear one, we did it entirely without, we didn't go and talk to Monolith or EA, because, or Warner Brothers for it. We just did it. Hit scans first, hit scans first. There's more up there and I can't see them. No, I'm not doing it for the views. To be honest, it is kind of funny because, you know, we were talking about it, even like Shradda and I were talking about how the YouTube channel's performed this year. And this year the views are up slightly. It's up on last year by maybe 100,000 or something. Like, so it's up by about 10%. But it was like, she's like, oh, why is, you know, your channel should be doing more than 1 million a year. And I'm like, if we were covering big AAA games every 5 minutes, probably. If I made a new Alien Isolation episode every 6 months, probably. But, you know, that means we go in, but this year we did stuff like Trepang 2, which I loved that episode. It was so much fun to work on that. Those guys were a pleasure to hang out with and chat with. And then we did, like, you know, Blood Typers and all these kind of smaller, and even like Amnesia, which, you know, Amnesia's kind of a well-known IP at this point, but it's still like a niche indie game. I'm really happy that that's the stuff we're doing, and we stick to that. We're still going to do some big games. We've got a couple of big AAAs lined up, actually, for the this year. Trying to think. There's at least one big AAA game from the past, from 2025, that is going to be on the show in the next 6 months, for sure. But yeah, I'm always, as much as it annoys me to some degree, I am equally also happy that we are this little YouTube channel that, oh my god, every now and then people go, how is this thing not bigger? And on one hand, I am like, yeah, maybe we should be more popular, I don't know, but I'm happy that we've been able to build our own community around this, and we are, well, as I was saying earlier, we're going to be putting the fight to the generative AI hype, I think, a little bit more on YouTube this year, whereas in, you know, previous years we've done it more on in the last 2 years it's been on the newsletter. We're going to do a little bit more combating of the bullshit on the main channel, I think, this year, which is an interesting line to draw, because it means that the main YouTube series for the first time is actually going to have a bit more of an editorial push in a way that historically it has not. Because I didn't actually want the YouTube channel to have that on it. I've always been of the opinion that the YouTube channel shouldn't really... The YouTube channel is always about celebrating great professional practice. That is what the channel has always been about. Whether it's academic research, whether it's game development, we are always looking at interesting stuff people are doing and celebrating that. That has always been the focus as far as I'm concerned. And to have it sort of caught up in editorial on current issues, and it was never my ethos or interest, as it were, because I always felt that was projecting too much of myself onto the work that we were doing. And I've realized now that actually we need to be pushing back a little bit harder against a lot of narratives and everything else, whether it's politics, whether it's the adoption of generative AI, and yeah, so it's always it's been an interesting, I feel like now it's far more attainable because I have spent the last 2 years figuring out my I think because I've spent the last 2 years really figuring out on the newsletter how to maintain that editorial through line of, you know, how to be able to engage with the audience about the state of AI technologies in a way that is supporting and helping other people understand the complexities of the sector beyond the immediate ethical issues of generative AI, for example. So I've really been using the newsletter for the last 2 years, not just to figure out that editorial voice, but also, I mean, that, and as well as that, we've curated an entirely new audience. New mission for you: go through all of Tommy's videos and see how often he mentions a game from Sweden. Quite a few, actually. There's also something to be said about Swedish game developers who are very up for being interviewed. Given I've interviewed devs at Massive Entertainment like twice, 3 times, and then we just did Amnesia. What's the other ones I've done in recent memory? No, there's a spider demon right round that corner. No, you sit your fat ass down. Townscaper, yes, thank you, Happy Pie, indeed. Yeah, that was, again, Oscar Stahlberg, happy to do an interview. Need more Scandies. I actually did remember chatting with a bunch of devs. I actually know a couple of folk over at Remedy. And I was like, hey, we talked about maybe doing something, but it never happened. But that would have been fun. I think that's it done anyway, but I'm getting the last of it. Finish a level with 200% armor and 200% health. Over-prepared. Dad dancing to the Doom music. We did it. 5 hours. So it takes 5 hours to ultra-violence all 4 episodes of Doom. And yet notice how that episode in particular gets easier the longer you go. That first mission is an absolute... Those first 2 levels in Thy Flesh Consumed are nasty. And then once you get past them, suddenly, it all just eases out. The Spider Mastermind must have sent forth its legions of Hellspawn before your final confrontation with that terrible beast from hell. But you stepped forward and brought forth eternal damnation and suffering upon the horde as a true hero would in the face of something so evil. Besides, someone was going to pay for what happened to Daisy, your pet rabbit. But now, you see spread before you more potential pain and gibbitude. Gibbitude, sorry, as a nation of demons run amok among our cities. Next stop, Hell on Earth. So yes, it takes 5 hours roughly to do the first Doom. So if we were to do a longer session like this, I've got to keep that in mind. Alrighty. So, Doom 2? No, that's it, we're done for today. That's the wild bit. Look at that. December 10th, 1993, September 30th, 1994. They made the game in like 9 months. I I didn't realize TNT and Plutonia were 1996. I didn't realize they were that late. Amazing. But there we go. It is done. The Doom run for 2025 is complete with a day and a bit to go. Perfect stuff. Perfectly done. Yeah, words are failing me. We're gonna call it there. I need to go and get dinner and spend time with my partner. And yeah, so if I don't speak to you beforehand, have a great new year. Hope the bells, as it were, is a wonderful festive occasion. We'll be back very soon. I'll be back probably because I need to finish both Alien. I'm on the very end of Aliens Dark Descent in that stream, but also I've got the Silent Hill F stream that I started a couple of weeks ago. Like, all our streaming for the last 2 streams has just been like completely derailing the existing games we were playing, but we'll get back to doing it. In the meantime, I don't think we've got anything else. Actually, yeah, the part 2 of the AI Games Game of the Year, that gets published on aiandgames.com tomorrow morning, so be sure to check that out. And yes, everyone who supports us, thank you once again, but you can get 50% off on a premium sub on both Patreon at patreon.com/AIandGames and at aiandgames.com/subscribe between now and the end of tomorrow. And that gets you early access to all our videos, it gets you behind the scenes stuff, it gets you a lot of the additional content on the news on the website that's behind the paywall, and and also some more stuff, secret stuff that'll be coming next year. All right. Thank you so much for being with us. It's been great fun to smash through this, and great to see so many people come and hang out for the stream as well. To that end, yeah, time to log off. Stay safe. Take care. I'll be back. Doom 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 doom.